Wednesday.
Yeah, well, not really. But
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
It's raining.
Yeah, I got an
Did you see that?
atmospheric river happening right now.
Well, you don't. We all do.
We all do,
Jason,
but I
it's
do.
affecting all of us.
It hit me today, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, but it's not really raining that hard.
No. I kept waiting for the atmospheric river, and
It's
I
not
got
that bad.
I got a rain, but it's supposed to like come like later, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what an atmospheric river is.
I think it just means a lot of rain, but you can't like like on the news, you can't just be like, hey, this is the news. You have to have something that terrifies people. So instead of just saying we're going to get some rain, then we have to say atmospheric river, and then people are like, oh my God, it's flooding and catastrophe.
Yeah, is that a new term, atmospheric river?
I've heard it the last few years. It's
well,
like,
I know. I'm just saying, like, is it new or are they just starting to use it because it scares people?
I think just use it to scare people.
Yeah, but it's been around forever. So, like in 1980, when we were all living here and it was raining hard,
Sure.
was that an atmospheric river or is this a new thing?
No, I don't think.
Term.
I don't think they created an atmospheric river. You just rename something. It's like when there's like the whole border thing. Now that it's like it's not just like a border problem. It's a crisis at the border. Or now the new one is the caravan. It's not people coming here, Rob. It's a caravan.
Right.
Well, how is that any different than when other groups of people? It's a caravan of people.
I got you.
Yeah, we gotta get it whipped up, man.
I got you.
Atmospheric river got my attention.
Well, can we really complain? We've had good weather, generally.
I know. Well,
Halloween was dry.
Yeah, we're into November. Not a single trick-or-treater at the Sakanic household.
Really? See, we didn't have any either, but I just discovered something because I was walking my dog last night after I got home, and I crossed. So we live in Southwest Portland, but we live on a pretty fairly busy thoroughfare.
Yeah, it's not really a trick-or-treat paradise.
It's definitely not because of the cars.
Yeah.
Right.
You gotta think of the kids.
But it's the first time I've taken Molly Two Poops on a walk on Halloween night because it's usually, it's like raining.
Yeah.
And I walked across the busy street and up into the neighborhood there, and boy, I had no idea how electrifying it was on Halloween.
Really, the kids out there getting it done, huh?
The decorations, the kids, the candy. It was a Halloween haven over there, and it's like a pitching wedge from my house. It's just that I didn't know all that was going on the other side of the street. Well, so I was talking to my neighbor.
Yeah, because you're a curmudgeon and you just.
We shut off the lights, but we don't want them anyway. But I would say that if we were in a trick-or-treat zone, we'd probably play along.
Sure.
Begrudgingly, but it's for the kids. Yeah. But we're not in a trick-or-treat zone because there's just no reason for the families with the little kids to cross the street.
No.
Even though we're right there. No. Like, they're not doing that because it's a dead end. It's like 5 houses and then it's a dead end.
You're amongst fertile recruiting grounds. Why are they coming to Delaware and you're Delaware?
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or we're like it's like we're Hawaii.
Yeah.
Like, it's a long flight and we'll just leave it.
It's right there. Well, I did it when I got home last night, 7:15, 7:30, somewhere in that range. I did a quick lap around because, we were supposed to pick up some candy. It's kind of a last minute for the kids. So I did like a quick, because we just had like a few little, just like a handful sort of thing. So I was like, hey, do we need to get candy? And I didn't want to go get candy if it wasn't going to get used because if there's candy in my house, I'll eat it. And I don't want to be a fat ass. And so like I'm not interested in buying random candy to have it sit around. So I made a quick, concentric loop, a couple around my, let's go 5-6 square blocks around me.
Okay.
And this is at 7:15, 7:20. And I think I counted 5, not even groups, probably 5 families trick-or-treating. And I thought, what are the chances? Because I'm with you. I'm kind of on the outskirts. I'm amongst the olds. And then if you cross the street, then you're into more neighborhoods. But I'm like right at the cusp of you're with the olds. What are the chances any one of those 5 families is coming to my house? And so I just rolled the dice and was like, no, we're going to be fine with what we got. Not a single trick-or-treater showed up to the door.
Yeah. Well, word's out about your place, probably.
Well, but every year every year we have bought candy and no one shows, and it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And this year, last year we got maybe 5, 6, different knocks. Not a single one this year, and it kind of surprised me, and I think it devastated the special lady.
Well, I've got a grievance to air that's similar to yours. We only got 5 or 6 trick-or-treaters, but then some jackwagon pulled up around 8 o'clock.
What happened?
And grabbed the entire bowl and drove off with it in a car. And care about the bowl or the candy, but if you're so pathetic that you need to drive in your car to go steal people's porch candy, you're a loser.
Yeah, you are a loser.
Yeah.
That's really weak.
Yeah.
Now, was
And
it
it
a nice bowl?
Nope, it was just like a Dollar Tree,
Plastic.
but
Okay.
like the point is, we had a sign out there saying, "Baby sleeping, please don't ring. Take as much candy as you want." And this person comes up and takes the whole thing.
Well, Buck, I'm gonna
Didn't say take the bowl.
Hey, I'm calling an audible on this here. You technically gave them permission to take as much as they wanted, and they
But not
took.
the entire
No.
bowl and driving off in a car.
Yeah,
That's
he's
still
right.
jackass behavior.
You got a trick or treat for it. You better have a costume. You better be under 13,
Yeah,
and you better not take it all. Like, there are rules here.
it's again, it's civilized society.
Yeah, this is the decay of
Well,
society. and it's happening in front of our faces.
You saw the viral video of the moms.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That took the whole bin of candy that
Oh, yeah.
somebody left. That's going viral.
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on, who does that?
Apparently, those
They're
moms.
losers.
Well, I think we all
God, come on, man.
know what that looks like. There's no central casting, right? When you saw that video, did it shock you when you saw the two moms?
I mean, they were pretty mundane in terms. Are you talking about the look of them? Like,
Yeah,
they
like-
look like people that would do that. They just look like moms.
I'm guessing, like, Buck, when you saw the car that drove away, I'm guessing that wasn't a nice vehicle.
So I didn't actually see it. I was on my way home, and my wife was sitting in the living room. She heard it, and then I went to check the doorbell cam, and
Wow.
apparently haven't paid the subscription on that, so they didn't get the recording.
Whoops.
Look,
It's a Mercedes, I'm sure.
Look, you always say don't judge a book by its cover, which is true, right? But at the same time, you can sometimes tell a lot about what type of book it is by the cover. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a good or bad book,
Well,
but you can tell quite a bit.
you know, I was going to ask you, like you said, you saw just a few scraggly trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, I went around 6 blocks and I saw 5 probably families, with the most having maybe 4 or 5 kids.
Don't you think that's kind of like? Do you feel bad? Like
I thought it was lame.
it's lame. It's like
'Cause I
take
thought
your
about-
kids somewhere cool.
I thought about, and I get it. I think it's just
They're just a local, right?
It's-
They're
yeah,
just walking.
they're just walking.
like the idea of walking out your front door to go trick or treating is
Yeah.
great, but not everybody has that.
Yeah, I felt bad because that is the neighborhood that I grew up in, right? I that's exactly where I grew up. Those are the exact same homes I went trick-or-treating in. And when I was a kid, everyone had kids, and now it's old people. I get it. There's not a lot of kids there. But for the ones that are, I was bummed out because trick-or-treating when I was a kid was freaking awesome in that neighborhood. All the houses were done up. Some people did haunted houses. There was just 1,000 kids out there. You could just run around. It was like unsupervised chaos. And it was fantastic. And now when I see those kids, it's kind of weak. And yeah, if I was in that neighborhood with the kids, then we would drive to go to a better neighborhood to go trick-or-treating. Because half the point of going out on Halloween, right, is to be amongst the other trick-or-treaters.
Well, it's like, you know, and then your kid gets home and he's like, and you're like,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
sorry we didn't get you. I mean, there wasn't a lot of candy.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot of fun. Like, come on. I just feel like that's
exactly.
every time I see just one lone family walking with like one kid, I'm like, oh, that poor kid.
Yeah, you got to get out and about.
That's sad.
You got to formulate a plan, because it's usually like with yours, and it's the same way with me. You don't have to drive that far to find a better neighborhood. You really don't. I bet you if you're
Well,
willing
to me, like for me, you just got to go across the street.
across the street, and I'm willing to guess that if you went 5 minutes, not even like 5 minutes by car.
Well, Dunthorpe's right down the way.
Yeah.
You can go there.
From my house, if you went 5 minutes, the same thing across the major way there, McGilvery. If you went 5 minutes the other way, I'll bet you've got trick or treat heaven. And yeah, so then why are you
All right.
wasting your time in my lame ass
Yeah, it's
neighborhood?
weird. Well, I just, I don't know. Halloween, you know me.
Yeah.
Not a big
Nah.
Halloween guy, but it is kind of cool to realize for the first time. I've owned this house for like 20 years. First time I've realized we actually live in a pretty solid, family-friendly Halloween, awesome neighborhood. You can take your
congratulations.
Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And it's great. Like if we ever sell this house, which we probably never will, but if we
Yeah,
did,
yeah.
I would advertise it as, hey, great neighborhood,
It's that-
family-friendly,
That way.
but you'll get no trick-or-treaters, and it's close to town. It's the best of everything.
It'll say that on the flyer.
Yeah.
Great
No-
for families, but you won't get trick-or-treaters.
Yeah. Stupid kids don't come here.
Now I don't know if this was because Halloween or not, but I was, it kind of made me think of it because I was saying don't judge a book by its cover, but sometimes you can. I did see a phenomenal sight today. I went and hit golf balls this morning. And again, the driving range that I go to sometimes isn't necessarily in the best part of town. It's probably not Vancouver's best and brightest. And so you're driving kind of through the back neighborhoods to get there. And I saw a very, very decked out Halloween house. You know, they were really into it. But at the same time, it was kind of like the 4th of July. The more fireworks that you buy, you know, maybe not the nicest of cars. It was one of those. It was a house that.
So it's kind of trashy, is what you're saying?
It was a little trashy. But it was a sweet, like, brown conversion van out front. It was phenomenal. So I was driving by, and there was a lady sitting out, and it looked like it had been a long night, and then some. House coat, wide open, and think of, like, the worst set of, like, old brawn panties that you could have on, like, flesh-colored, just sitting out there on the street waiting for everyone, smoking a dart. Just hair, just a mess. Just standing in the middle of a bunch of Halloween decorations.
Red panty.
Robe wide open. I'm actually a little surprised she was wearing undergarments underneath.
How old?
Ooh, let's go mid-50s, maybe.
Whoa.
It made my whole day. I don't know what that lady had going on. I don't know what Halloween did to her. But it was just one of those kind of like synopsis of a situation. Like, you're just driving by, saw all the Halloween decorations, the brown van out front, the house coat, the cigarette, and I wanted to just, like, give her a thumbs up. Wanted to roll down the window and be like, I bet you had a great night last night.
That's your kind of gal.
Yeah. I don't know what she did. I'm assuming, I don't know if kids were involved. I don't know if they've had a Halloween party, but I love the fact that she stumbled outside to get that heater in before the atmospheric river came down. So to that lady, God bless you. She was out there just living the dream.
All right, well, hope everyone had a great Halloween, and your kids are all fat and sugared up today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Or had fentanyl.
I think razor blades in Eugene, that was the big one, right?
Did that happen?
Yeah, apparently someone put like a pencil sharpener razor blade in a piece of candy, or at least that's what's being reported. You know, there's always one, then I don't know.
I think that was the same story last year. It was the same place.
There's always one.
I think it's fake news.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, let's start with our poll question.
Let's take the poll.
You want to do that? You want some poll?
Oh, I love the poll.
We'll do that next. It pertains to coaches. The first coach fired, not Brandon Staley.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise.
Really?
Well, I thought Staley would have gone.
Well, he's not. Well, he may, but he's not first.
I just thought the length of the contract and the owner so cheap. I thought that would keep him around.
I thought so too. We'll get to that next. It is 3:13 on the Fan.
Seahawks football is on.
All right, let's get to our poll question today. We house this on X, formerly Twitter, is at 1080 The Fan. Please give us a follow at 1080 The Fan. We have lots of sports content.
Sports.
Dirt and Sprague are on there. Danny and Dusty are on there. Colin Cowherd is on there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not, but
I think
he is.
we have him on our station. So.
I listen to Dirt and Sprague in the morning walking the dog, and then it flips right on over to Colin.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking about Twitter, you know, and
it's
all their
all there.
content.
It's there.
You know how content works.
We
these
post
days.
our YouTube links there if you want
Yes.
to watch us.
It's all
Lots
there.
of polls and YouTube links, and
It's all there.
coming up today, we're gonna have this guest and that. So it's a one-stop shop for 1080 The Fan. How about that?
There you go.
At 1080 The Fan on X. The poll question is, as always, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. We are asking you. Well, I'll get to today's in a second. First, let's wrap up yesterday's, and we have the important Club 1080 poll update
Yeah.
from last night. Yesterday, we asked you, which team are you most certain is better than Oregon this season? 49% said Michigan. 24% said Washington, even though Washington beat Oregon. 22% said Ohio State. And only 5% said Alabama.
Well,
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I just think when you look at the way Alabama played earlier in the year, although it is getting better, and I think they figured out a little bit of their quarterback situation there. It's just that when you see a team that looks that poor early on, it's hard to get it out of your mind. It's like the same thing with Washington. Like Washington beats Oregon, and then the next 2 weeks they come out and we're left with that image. And so I don't know how many people have been watching Alabama on a day-to-day basis, or a week-to-week, I should say. But I get it. Alabama's looking better and better. And we know athletically Alabama's going to be superior, but I have watched both play multiple times, obviously Oregon more. But if you put them on a neutral field, I would take Oregon over Alabama. And I don't know when's the last time I could say that. But I do. I think Oregon is a better team than Alabama. And I thought it said something that, like Herbie last night when they were announcing them, said the one team I don't want to play right now is Oregon. And I think that that's true for most of those teams. I think if you asked Georgia, Michigan, any of those, who would you least like to see? I think Oregon would be a top pick for a lot of those teams.
Important club poll question update from last night. Now, this was an impromptu poll, but we put it on there because Suk was lamenting the greenskeeper at St. Andrews who took a video of the two people doing it.
I think there might be soaking going on. Yeah.
They were doing it in the road hole bunker
Yeah.
at St. Andrews Golf Course.
And I say just let them be.
Yeah.
At the most, give them one of these, woo, and then just move on. But you don't take out your phone and start creeping on people.
Yeah, and
Dude,
it went
he's
viral.
such an effing loser.
And
Exactly.
and everything. So we asked you, is it okay to video people doing it in public? 75%, Jason,
Jeez.
said yes.
Dude, what happened to the olden days when you could just be a perv from a distance?
25% said no.
You don't
Well,
need-
someone
you don't
yesterday
need to
on
take out your phone.
our YouTube comments said, 10 years ago, someone doing this would have been labeled a creep, but
Yeah.
it's so commonplace now that today it's not labeled that way.
So disappointing.
Yeah, people just think if you're in public, it's free game.
There's in my lady's office, there's a couple across the street, a couple of guys in a loving relationship, and they like to throw down in the midday, and the group apparently gathers around and watches, and I've been very adamant. Don't creep those people out. If you guys are enjoying what's going on over there and you get a little giggle out of it, great. Don't take out your phone and start filming it. Don't do that. They're out there having a good time. And if you want to enjoy it from a distance, enjoy it from a distance.
So it's worse to watch. Wait, it's worse to film than just watch.
Yeah, you don't need to film that. You don't need to post that on social
But it's
media.
okay to just watch it.
Well, yeah, just watch it and be like, yeah, all right, that's
See,
going
I
down.
think that's actually creepier.
Nah.
The video you can at least justify. Say, look, like this guy wanted to just put it on social media. Whereas if you're just watching it without filming it, it's almost like
You're just giving
like,
them,
dude.
you're just giving one of these. Hey, all right, I like what you got going on there.
It's like, yeah,
You don't need to film that.
That's hot.
Filming is the fact that we have gone to the point that you are saying filming is less creepy
Well,
than watching.
Jace, the people have spoken,
don't like it.
and they do not agree with
I don't
you.
like the
Well,
way society's going.
Although the Vancouver 4 text line does make a good point, there is enough sex on video out there. There is no need to film
Thank
anymore.
you.
Well, they're doing it
Thank
for the
you.
gram, though. They're doing it. They want to go. They want likes. They
It's
want
pathetic.
clicks.
It's pathetic, man.
That's what people want.
I enjoy being an undercover creep like I always have been.
The Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further. Vancouver Ford, they treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. Okay, so today we're asking you, where do you think Jim Harbaugh will be coaching next season? Chargers, Raiders, Michigan, or nowhere? Vote at 1080 The Fan on X and vote hard.
It ain't going to be Michigan. He gone.
Yeah, so far Raiders are winning that because Josh McDaniels got turfed overnight.
And their GM and their offensive coordinator. They did a big old clean
And kind
sweep.
of their quarterback, too.
Yeah, just everybody kind of all at once.
How about that?
And supposedly the quarterback thing might have been, part of the situation was how the handling of the quarterback. I was trying to read into this, and no one's given a definitive answer of how this happened, but apparently it was pretty surprising. One, it was on a short week. Two, I guess Davis not too long ago gave the GM and McDaniels the you have till the end of next season to get through this rebuild. And Davis is not flush with cash. And both of these guys have 6-year contracts. So, I mean, it's a pretty expensive buyout, especially if you think you're going to go out and try to make a big name hire. Jim Harbaugh ain't coming cheap. I mean, you're probably talking about if you're getting a name, you're in that $8, $9, $10 million range. And that's just not something that Mark Davis has been thought that he's been willing to or able to do, to just write those checks. So I think this caught a lot of people by surprise.
So here's a little bit of McDaniels' resume with the Raiders, if you will. Blowing the largest lead in franchise history.
It's not good.
Lost to the Cardinals in Week 2 last season after leading by 20 points.
I remember that.
He fell to the Colts, who were led by interim coach Jeff Saturday, who had never coached above the high school level before. He lost to them in Week 10 last season, and that was Saturday's only win in 8 games that he coached.
Yeah.
McDaniel squandered a double-digit lead to the Rams and quarterback Baker Mayfield, who had joined the team 2 days prior. He was shut out in New Orleans in Week 8 last season when the starting offense failed to cross the 50-yard line. And he lost to an undrafted Division II rookie quarterback making his first start in the NFL in Tyson Bagent in Week 7 this season. That is Josh McDaniels' Raiders' claim to fame, and that's not good. 9-16 overall.
I saw this 2 little nuggets here. Have not scored 20 offensive points all year, and through the first 8 games. And the last time that happened, I believe, was 2004. So,
he's an offensive guy.
He's an offensive guy,
and they punted on. The other weird thing is they just punted on Derek Carr.
Yeah,
and then they brought in Garoppolo, and now you're like, well, it might be nice to have Derek Carr. Look, I'm not saying Derek Carr's like Tom Brady, but
better than what you got.
You had a good veteran quarterback.
So I guess one of the hang-ups.
Carr's the reason Adams went there, and Adams was miserable.
Yeah. So I guess one of the hang-ups, at least I was reading today in The Athletic, because a bunch of people have stories about this, and can I just say this as well?
You cannot.
I hate. SI did this to me today and The Athletic, because I read about 4 separate articles trying to kind of, I was like interested to see what happens. And there was a Raider beat reporter that I text back and forth with sometimes. And I reached out to him, and he was kind of doing we're all digging too, caught by surprise. But both The Athletic story and SI were like, in the headlines, they were like the details on how it all went down. There were no details. You don't know. And that's fine. If you don't really know why he got fired, don't give me the shocking insider scoop on how he got fired and then just have some generic story about how he wasn't real happy with it. It pisses me off.
That happens a lot.
The misleading headline drives me crazy. But they did say on one of those, it might have been the Athletic one, I forget which one, said that there had been some noticeable friction with Mark Davis. Like after the Raiders won to go to 3-3, Davis always had meetings with the coaches. And normally after wins, those were very, happy times. And I guess he was pretty pissy and just very agitated. And people thought that was weird. And they said that when Garoppolo was hurt, and remember that was the Brian Hoyer game, and everyone thought that they would go to O'Connell. Apparently Mark Davis was pretty insistent that O'Connell be the guy. He had no interest in Brian Hoyer. And I guess Josh McDaniels used the argument of the Bears starting this Division II quarterback. And he goes, yeah, basically, I just need Hoyer to not do anything dumb. And it's going to be enough to beat the guy that's the Division II quarterback that's never played.
Not the secret agent, man.
Yeah, so he was like, so I guess McDaniels
What a
sold.
fool.
I guess he went to Davis and was like, I know what I'm doing. I get it. But Hoyer won't turn the ball over, and this is a win. We're going to play it safe. And I guess Mark Davis was pretty adamant, like, we're not doing the Brian Hoyer thing. And McDaniels talked him into it. They went to Brian Hoyer, and what happened?
They lost.
They lost. And so there's.
Did he turn it over a bunch?
I don't remember if Hoyer.
Thankfully, I never watched that game.
I didn't either. But supposedly that may have been one of the tipping points.
Well.
That was the only little nugget in there where you could be like, okay, maybe there was something there that when you sell your owner hard, that Brian Hoyer is going to win you this game. And he's like, no, he won't. And then you give him XYZ, trust me, slow and steady wins the race. And then you lose to the Bears. I can see where Mark Davis got his bull haircut in a pinch.
I get that, but I also, that just tells me how much of a meddler Mark Davis is.
Yeah.
And that, that'll doom the next coach. That I bet you that means Jim Harbaugh won't go there.
It's a bad job.
It's a bad job for that reason.
The only reason Harbaugh will go there is I could conceivably see, and they did it with Gruden. One, if they give him a big enough contract and they give him total and complete control. And Harbaugh is a guy that I would assume would.
Didn't he do that with? Didn't Davis do that with Gruden though? He gave him.
Yeah. I mean, he got Mayock was his GM, but make no mistake about it. It sounds like Gruden had kind of carte blanche.
So maybe Davis would do that.
Yeah.
With Harbaugh or something.
Yeah. So that I could see. So some people are saying, it
just maybe was that he didn't trust.
Yeah.
What's his nuts? McDaniels.
Yeah. So this may be one of those where if Harbaugh feels like he can come in and bully his way and just get whatever he wants, and you pay him enough money.
Well, the thing about the poll question, Chargers, Raiders, Michigan, nowhere. He's probably not going to be at Michigan. He may be nowhere. The NFL has come out and said, hey, we are not just a safe haven for Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
So you can't just come here and
dump him.
Yeah. And get a job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, these are serious allegations. But if he does go to the NFL, you wonder what's the best, like, Raiders and Chargers both have bad ownership.
Yeah. The Chargers have a much better roster.
They do, but they have bad ownership.
Yeah.
And the Bears are out there, but I don't know. They may not fire Eberflus. I don't know what their ownership situation is like. I think the good news for Harbaugh is if he gets a job in the NFL, most of those teams that are going to need coaches are all going to be jumping into the draft for a quarterback.
Sure.
So he's going to be able to hand pick his guy.
Or you walk in with one of the more talented guys in Justin Herbert. So
Exactly.
Either way. And by the way, Brian Hoyer in that game, this is the one where McDaniels insisted on going with Hoyer instead of O'Connell. He went 17 of 32, 129 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. And the whole point that he went with him is he said he wasn't going to turn the ball over.
All right, well, where do you think Jim Harbaugh will be coaching next season? Chargers, Raiders, Michigan, or nowhere? Vote on X at 1080 The Fan. I do have the odds on Michigan's next coach, if you'd like to see. Some interesting names on this list.
I'm intrigued.
And what are the options for the Raiders? We'll get to those items, and then we'll turn it over to our Wednesday College Football Radio Depot, which is coming up. And that's going to include Jim McElwain audio.
I love this piece.
Jim McElwain is the coach at Central Michigan, and he has spoken about Steele Chapman being on his sideline.
Wait till you hear his explanation.
So we have that for you coming up. It is 3:32. Let's go to our friend Buck with SportsCenter. News. Wait, that's a magazine, right? Remember the Sporting News?
I used to love getting the Sporting News because it was an actual like newspaper. Had the big oversized pages. Loved the Sporting News.
Yeah, it was kind of like the bastardized Sports Illustrated.
I always liked it better because I thought it was more, like I said, it was thicker, it was more in depth.
Yeah.
I loved getting the Sporting News. I don't know if it's still around.
Breaking sports news.
This is breaking news.
Presented by BetQL. Bob Knight has passed away.
83 years of age.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, a couple years ago, I don't know if it was Digger Phelps or one of the people that he was close, maybe Fran Fraschilla, one of the ESPN talking heads had kind of let it slip that Coach Knight was in a really bad state, and I think had alluded to dementia, and he had been out of public eye, and they said that he passed away at his house with family around him, and they asked for privacy and that it would be a quiet, private ceremony. I don't know if they'll do something on campus for him, if there'll be a larger gathering, but it sounds like his family is just going to try to keep this quiet and private.
902 wins, 3 national titles.
I feel comfortable saying this. Bob Knight was one of the best coaches of all time. And to me, he was a horrible human being and really was everything that was wrong with the way we view sports.
Well, he's like, we talk a lot about the bully coach.
Yes.
He's like the poster child for that.
And,
He's the blueprint for other bullies.
Yes.
and I, like I said, I know he just passed away. I hate when we whitewash things when someone passes away. I get it. Bob Knight, for his family, for the friends, I am so sorry for your loss. Some grandkids and his sons and daughters. And I mean, that's terrible anytime someone loses. But I absolutely loathe the fact that I was scrolling through Twitter. You know how many videos I saw of that man throwing chairs across the floor at people during college basketball games and then shouting some of the most horrific profanities at officials, and then the tagline being the best to ever do it. No one like you.
The best to ever throw chairs.
Exactly. Like, what are we doing?
Angels in heaven better watch out.
Read through who Bob Knight
He's
was.
prone to throwing chairs.
And I get for some people, Bob Knight was, again, probably a great friend. Bob Knight, in my opinion, was a awful person to be a representative of your university. And I think it's shameful that he is held up as someone to be revered simply because he won basketball games. And yes, he won a lot of them. And that's why I said one of the best coaches of all time. But he is one of my least favorite people because somehow we excuse his horrific behavior. And I'm not even talking about just stuff on the court. Read about him and bullying, intimidating people that he worked with, choking players, assaulting reporters, throwing potted plants at his secretaries, for God's sakes. And it was always excused because Bob Knight was a disciplinarian and demanded respect out of everyone but himself. And as long as he won basketball games, no one ever cared. He choked a player, multiple players, for God's sakes. And yet still people wanted to make excuses for him. And I don't know why we can't separate the fact that he was a successful on-court coach and yet the other behavior. There's no one with their right mind that would try to justify the sort of things that he would do to people. He just is always someone that has rubbed me the wrong way. But to his friends, the families, the people that loved him, I'm absolutely sorry for your loss. I just choose to separate the coach from at least what I knew as the person, but I didn't know him personally.
Do you think they'll bury him upside down? Do you remember that speech?
I do. Yeah.
Where he said, when my time
critics can kiss
when my time
ass.
here is done, I'll ask that they bury me upside down so that all
and
my
yet-
critics can kiss my ass.
And all the wonderful things he said about, like, rape victims and sexual assault survivors and just all the...
Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt Bob Knight tribute
Well,
from Jason's camp.
I
Right
just
there.
will not be one of those people that sits there and is like, well, Bob Knight, he was a complicated man. And
If you want to see something funny about Bob Knight, go watch the Bob Knight golf videos.
yeah,
Have you seen those at all?
where it's an instructional video thing, the
Yeah.
outtakes.
Yeah, he went on he liked golf, and he went on somebody's golf I don't know, lesson show or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
one time. And he gets pissed off.
And it makes the guy really, really uncomfortable.
Because golf is that way. It makes us all pissed off. Well, pissed off Bob Knight too.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty funny.
There's a really good article, I believe, in Sports Illustrated, and you can look it up, where it was Bob Knight, and is it Digger Phelps that's really good friends with Bob Knight?
Yes,
I think that's right.
So it's a really good article where Bob Knight and Digger Phelps are driving somewhere, and they agree to let one of the SI riders ride along with him, right? And he's sitting in the back seat, and as they're driving, of course, Bob Knight starts getting upset because he's Bob Knight. Bob Knight multiple times reaches back and literally grabs the reporter by the shirt, starts shaking him and trying to rip his notebook and his recorder out of his hand. And the reporter is like, "What the hell are you doing?" Like, dude, he's like chastising Bob Knight, and like Digger Phelps is like, "Bob, you can't do this." And he repeatedly tries to do it. And at the end of it, Bob Knight's thing is like, "Well, sorry, I guess.
You're making me uncomfortable."
Yeah, it's just like he lived a lifetime full of that stuff, and yet, I don't know, he wins basketball.
Well,
games.
he's gone,
Yeah.
Jason. You don't have to worry about him anymore. Coming up
Am
next.
I the only one? I feel like sometimes
don't
I'm the only one that has that opinion on it.
Well, I just think a lot of guys are like that. It's unfortunate. We cover sports; you see it all the time.
But this
But
is like-
he is certainly Mr. He was the quintessential one for sure.
Your thing about like I want people to see me grieve, that's like the public thing of like everyone coming out of the woodwork to say RIP to a legend. Like people just feel like they need to be part of it because it's a topical thing right now. I don't even know how many people think that they hope he rests in peace.
I don't know how many people knew he was still alive.
Yeah.
We haven't heard a thing from him in
Well,
years.
yeah, I guess he's been in really, really bad health. So
All right, up next, options for the Raiders as they have fired Josh McDaniels, and there are odds on Michigan's next coach. Somebody said, "What did I miss?" Is
no, he's Harbaugh's still there.
Jim Harbaugh gone? No, he's still there, but I think we all think he'll be out of there.
A lot of people think this situation just
It's getting worse,
It's getting
man.
worse and worse and worse.
So we'll see. We'll get to those items next. It's 3:45 on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks
he was a disaster. It's interesting, like when he got hired, I remember you and I both were like, that's a pretty good move. Second time around, he'll be better.
I wanted to take I wanted. If I was a owner, I would have taken another chance on him. And I know Indy almost did, and then he backed out of it and went back to New England, where I guess he was the coach in waiting. But I just thought we've seen a lot of coaches go places, and that first time around, it doesn't work. I mean, Bill Belichick had that, for God's sakes.
Exactly.
And, the Denver situation didn't work out. And, it's like, hey, you learned your lessons. You learn what you don't know. And a lot of coaches second time around, Pete Carroll, and he is a really bright, by all accounts, one of the brightest offensive minds to come into the NFL in decades. He was kind of the precursor to like what McVay and McDaniel and some of these guys are doing around, and he was really innovative. I mean, you listen to the way Tom Brady and like all these people talk about him and how he pieced together these offenses in New England. Yes, he had Tom Brady, but he did it without a lot of big time players.
But he had Tom Brady.
He had Tom Brady. And so, but I really thought that this time around, that he was going to do much better. And I thought it was a good risk. And turns out, no.
He was a disaster.
He's a disaster.
Absolute disaster.
Yes.
His offense sucks. I mean, he's supposed to be this great offensive mind. I don't see that.
I think he is one of those guys. And when you are a coach, you are a head coach, you are responsible for so much more than just your offense or just your defense. You're basically a CEO. And if you're one of those coaches like a Sean McVay that is involved in running an offense, you can get spread so thin. And quite frankly, Josh needs to be a guy that sits in a little dark room somewhere and comes up with offensive game plans and nothing else. He should not be allowed anything else, because clearly he cannot handle the extra responsibilities.
Don't let him make game management decisions.
No. But at the same time, like if I'm the Chargers, right? Like
offensive coordinator?
Yes.
Really?
Tomorrow. I would,
man.
If I'm looking at, well, I mean, they got Kellen Moore and whatever. I'm just saying, like, if I've got a young quarterback and I've got an offense and I'm like, look, I would love to bring in Josh McDaniels, because his record as an offensive coordinator is just fine. He just can't, he's not a head coach, and he's not. Norv Turner was this way. Norv Turner, you talk to anyone, Norv Turner is one of the great offensive minds in NFL history. Norv Turner can't coach, can't be a head coach. Just can't.
All right. Well, they're saying Brian Flores is a possibility.
Yeah.
Down there. Flores is with.
He's with Pittsburgh, right?
I thought he left there.
Did he leave Pittsburgh? They're the ones that gave him a job.
Yeah. But I thought
did he move on
somewhere else?
Anyway, take a look.
He's the guy used to coach Miami and sued the NFL.
Vikings, defensive coordinator for the Vikings.
Yeah,
okay.
Vikings.
He did move on.
Jim Harbaugh obviously will come up if he were to. Well, not even if he were to leave Michigan. They may go after him.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator in Dallas,
makes sense.
Great coach.
Mm-hmm.
I think the next. I think he would be a really good hire for anybody who hires him next. But we said the same thing about McDaniels, so I don't know. I thought he was pretty good as the first time around. He almost won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean that goes back to second time around. But you're right. I mean, if they don't blow the 28-3 lead, maybe we view him completely differently.
And then you have Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, who's a hot name.
Yeah.
If you want an offensive guy. And then, of course, you have the great Rich Bisaccia, who they never should have gone off of in the first place.
He had him pointed in the right direction.
He was great. Players loved him. He's the special teams coach at Green Bay right now.
I do ask and I think it's a fair question. Look, Mark Davis is not a guy that is flush with cash. We've talked about this, and this is a big buyout for your GM and your coach. You got the remainder of this year, 4+ years on each one of those guys. Your offensive coordinator, whatever staff goes after that. It's a lot of money to be doled out for a Jim Harbaugh type. Is it going to cost you again 5 to 6 years at $10 million a pop? So I don't know if Mark Davis is willing to write that check. So you might go down the road of eliminating people that are going to be real high priced guys. You may have to go with a first time head coach like a Ben Johnson or someone like that.
Now, if Harbaugh were to leave Michigan, there's also odds on their next coach. You know who the odds on favorite is? At 5-1.
5-1
to be the next head coach at Michigan.
Is it an old Michigan guy coming back?
Nope.
Because that drives me crazy.
Lloyd Carr.
Yeah, well, I
still
don't know.
Alive?
Yeah. I think Lloyd Carr's still alive. I don't think anything's happened there. Trying to think of who would he was an Ohio State guy, but he's like a Luke Fickell type. Well, I don't know. Just like some.
Yeah, Lloyd Carr's alive. He's only 78.
Oh, ex-player. I don't know. He's from in that
No.
Midwest era.
Odds-on favorite PJ Fleck,
Really?
5-1.
Boy, you can do a lot better than PJ Fleck in
Ew.
Michigan, for God's
If you
sake.
surround yourself with turds, you're headed towards Turdville.
Really, PJ Fleck?
He's 5-1. 7-1 is Jay Harbaugh. That's Jim's kid,
Oh.
who is the special teams coach there.
Boy,
They're
how-
not doing
how
that. They're
awesome-
distancing themselves
I
from
know.
him,
How
right?
awesome would that be, by the way? If you just
Yeah, that's a bad bet.
just
Hire his kid. Jesse Minter, 8-1. He is, I believe, their defensive coordinator.
so they're just going for promotion from within. Don't rock.
Well,
the
this
boat.
is just the odds.
Yeah.
I don't know what they would do, but
Well, I'm just saying the odds. That's what they're. I don't know.
Mark Stoops, 9-1.
You're just Michigan. Like I would assume.
Coach Prime, 10-1. That's interesting.
It is interesting.
I could see him up there. Jonathan Smith, also 10-1.
Huh. Again, no flash. I just think, honestly, no offense to Jonathan Smith. At Michigan, I think you have to have a more dynamic recruiter. I just do. And maybe Jonathan Smith could do better, obviously, with Michigan resources, but he's not the most dynamic guy in the world. And I just think in this era of big time football, and I hope Beaver fan doesn't take this personally, but you're not in that. You're just not in that world, and that has nothing to do with the whole Pac-12. You weren't. The Washington States, the Minnesotas, the Oregon States, Iowas. You're not playing for those kids. You're just not. I don't care how good your program gets. You can win 10 games 3 years in a row. Wisconsin. How many years in a row did Wisconsin win 10 games and go to Rose Bowls? You're not recruiting at a top 10 level. You're just not. And I think if you're Michigan and Harbaugh has built this thing to where you are recruiting in a top 5 or 6, 7 in the country, and you're beating Ohio State and you want to play for national championships. And I think this is kind of where Oregon went with the whole Wilcox thing. And I love Wilcox as a coach, but he is not one of those guys that wants to or put in that sort of energy or whatever personality to be one of those recruiters. And I just think if you're Michigan, Ohio State, Bama, LSU, USC, Florida State, any of these programs, I don't think you can hire someone in good conscience that isn't on the idea of everything we do is built around recruiting. Whatever you think of Dan Lanning as a coach on the field with decisions, make no mistake about it. They brought in Dan Lanning because he was a young, energetic guy that believed and had seen what it takes to recruit at a top 5 or 6 level.
And he was going to do the work
Yes.
in that regard.
And every time we listen to Lanning, what does he always talk about?
Always brings that up.
Always brings it up, and he hires people. And I get it. I don't think Oregon has the best staff in the world. I think it's fair to
No, like X's and O's wise, coordinator wise, they're
No.
okay.
but that he gets guys that can recruit. And when you are at Michigan, you cannot go back to someone that's like, well, he's fundamentally sound and he builds a good program. And Jonathan Smith is all of that. I think Jonathan Smith is a hell of a coach, but you have to have someone that sits in a room with 18-year-old kids, and that 18-year-old kid wants to come run through a brick wall and wants to be there and is willing to hire people that have that same sort of relentless mentality.
Well,
that's who Michigan has to hire.
That points to one man and one man only.
Do you believe?
Coach Prime. Interesting hire if they were to go that route.
Boy, it'd be ballsy.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Urban Meyer's on the list, 9-1.
That'd be the great troll
Who's
job.
really betting that? Who really believes at 9-1 that that's a good value bet?
Yeah, I mean, I think isn't he just disqualified because he's the old Ohio State coach?
Well,
Right?
that
Like,
too.
you can't-
That he's a
you can't.
horrible.
And he's scum.
Yeah, he's scum.
Not a Michigan man.
Then you have Chris Peterson, 12-1. How about that?
Again, as much as I like Chris Peterson, I think he falls into the Jonathan Smith category of he's not dynamic enough to go in there and compete against Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia for those kids that you need.
Jake Dickert, 14-1, and Tom Brady, 100-1. How about that? There's your guy, Tom Brady.
Tom.
Come on, man.
Touchdown, Tommy.
You think that guy won't hit the pavement to recruit a little bit?
Hey, Red Danny!
I don't think that he wants to work that hard.
Come on, man. Guy's great.
The one thing you can say about Jim Harbaugh is, dude, that guy works his ass off. And that's what you say about most of the college coaches that end up being really successful. What are they? They're relentless freaks.
Yeah.
A lot of milk.
Well,
And
we'll
if you're
see.
Michigan, you got to hire a relentless freak.
Well, they haven't lost Harbaugh yet.
No.
We'll see. All right, let's move on. Next hour, we have our Wednesday college football radio depot. And are we hashtag fading the Blazers tonight? Gotta figure that
I
out.
don't know. Detroit?
It's about ready to tip, I think.
I'm going to that lake.
It scares me a little bit.
4 o'clock on the Fan.
I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat the books with BetQ.
Wednesday, it's Rob and Sook. I got so my phone is blowing up from very famous people. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's just a lot of famous people texting me.
lot.
Your new
Bob.
friend Brooks Koepka?
No, my new friend Brooks Koepka has not texted me yet.
But Bob Costas has.
Bob has.
Yeah.
I got a text from Matt Zaffino.
The Zaffro?
Yeah, he was listening to our opening segment on the atmospheric river.
I didn't know you were a Zaffro guy. I thought you were canoodling with your neighbor, the other meteorologist.
I've got a neighbor that's a meteorologist, but Zaffro, I'm not like.
So basically, what you're saying is you're a meteorological whore. You're willing
like
to,
them all.
You're willing to go anywhere and just put yourself out there for anyone with a
I'm
barometer.
a slut.
I see how it is, you weather whore.
Well, he texted and he's like, "Hey, call me about this," and I didn't see it until I called him, a couple segments later, and he's like, "Well, I got to go on the news now." But he would like to explain the atmospheric river to us.
I would like to know about the atmospheric river and
So
why
perhaps
that's
we'll-
different than just, a lot of rain.
Maybe we'll set that up. But the other guy texting me besides my besides Matt Zaffino is Dave Bartu, who's very famous.
Yes.
You know him. College Football Matrix. And he was listening to our conversation about Josh McDaniels.
Mm-hmm.
And he rates offensive coordinator scoring efficiency in the NFL, as you well know.
Yes.
And he said that without Tom Brady, Josh McDaniels ranks 111th in scoring efficiency in the NFL as an OC since the year 2000.
How many times has he had no Tom Brady?
Well, I think that includes the Raiders.
Yeah.
Because he's the play caller.
the de facto play caller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not good. And he said that his season average scoring efficiency without Brady is 15% below NFL average.
Yeah.
That's
So,
Josh McDaniels.
I mean, this goes back to is he just a product of Tom Brady?
Well, I mean, I don't see how it could be any more clear. With Brady, they were greatness in Belichick. Without, he hasn't done anything.
Well, he hasn't done anything on his own when he's been the head coach. But again, I'd bring up a guy like Norv Turner. I mean,
Well, but Norv's different. I'm talking about Josh McDaniels. We have seen Josh McDaniels without Tom Brady, and the results are not good.
but we've never really seen Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator without Tom Brady. We haven't.
Well, but it's his. I mean, as the head coach, it's
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
the offensive guy.
That's
That's
true.
why he's hired.
Yeah.
So it's his stuff. He's the play caller. Denver was terrible, and the Raiders terrible. So
It
I
has
mean,
not
to me,
been good.
it's
No.
pretty clear. But who knows? Maybe somebody else gives him a chance.
Oh, I think he'll get a job as an OC somewhere. I think he's never getting another job as a head coach. I think he's done. He's done it. And he deserves to be done. There's no way he gets another job. This isn't a Mo Cheek situation. But as an offensive coordinator, I'll bet you he surfaces again.
Well, I'll let you know when Brooks Koepka texts me.
Please. And Matt Zaffino.
Yeah, well, Zaffino will probably have him on. He was really excited. He was like, "Hey, Rupp, I got to tell you about the atmospheric river."
I love that God, those meteorologist
Dude,
guys,
they're-
they can't wait.
They
Yeah.
can't wait. They
Yeah.
love to talk about weather.
Let's go. Well, and that's why they went into the right field, right?
That's
Like
right.
I'm listening to Schwarzenegger's book right now, and that's his big thing, man. You got to find what you love. You got to find what you love. And clearly, Zaffino has found weather. Can't say that I've ever thought that way about weather, but
I know. My neighbor's like that too, man. He's on Fox 12, you
Yeah.
know. And man, he's not just a weatherman. He freaking loves the weather.
yeah.
Like he loves it.
Yeah.
It's his passion, and has been since he was a little baby.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by
Little
that.
tiny
and me,
baby.
and like I know, like everyone always check. I never check anything. I just look outside and I do that. All right, we'll do this. And if I get caught and it's a little chilly or a little wetter than I expected, like whatever. Weather very rarely affects me on a day-to-day basis. I just get out and just go.
All right, our Wednesday College Football Radio Depot begins with audio. We've got Jim McElwain, who knew he was the head coach at Central Michigan, but apparently he is.
Yeah.
And they're in the news because the Spygate bro, Chet Ubetcha from Michigan, was on their sideline in Central Michigan gear with a play sheet and sunglasses at night for their opener at Michigan State.
Yes. And someone needs to explain exactly if that wasn't Mr. Stallions, who is it? And I'm fascinated that Central Michigan doesn't know who it is.
And they're baffled.
Yeah, like no one seems to be able to figure this out.
And we believe this? We believe
No,
that they don't know
no,
who it
they're
is?
saying they're baffled.
That's
Okay.
my favorite part about this is they had to release a statement being like, we're aware of these allegations. We're looking into it.
News to us.
If you have someone in your team issue gear on your sidelines not just roaming the sidelines, but in your team between the 20s. That man is representing your university and someone gave him team issue gear. That should take you all of 9 seconds to find out who that is. Here's the photo. You just go to all of your staff and just say, hey, who is this? And someone's like, oh, well, that's either this guy on our staff or hey, that's a guy that we invited down. To this point, they still can't figure it out, according to them.
So here's what McElwain said about it.
Before we go any farther, we've obviously are aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy. Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We're totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. And I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were let out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out. But it's in good hands with our people. And again, there's no place in football for that.
Wow.
I love it. By the way, you were on the staff with him at Michigan, just saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He knows him?
They were at Michigan in 2018 together,
So sign stealing guy is
yeah.
someone he knows personally.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. So he's totally full of crap.
Remember what I said when people brought this up? They said there are several connections to the Michigan program, including
one of them's the head coach.
One of them's the head coach, who was the receivers coach
and
at
he calls
Michigan.
him sign stealing guy.
And I love how he's like,
I don't know.
I don't know. We're going to get to the bottom. We're going to trace it back, but don't worry, it's in great hands. But I'll tell you what, there's no place for this in college football.
That doesn't sound like Jim McElwain either.
But you know what? He felt like he devolved his accent on purpose to make him seem like, oh, I'm just a simple guy with no answers here.
You think he was doing the aw shucks?
I don't remember him being that country
Southern.
at Florida.
I know. That's why I was like, when I was listening to him, I'm like, this is Jim McElwain?
I think he's trying to sound like an idiot because he's hoping people think he's an idiot and doesn't know what's going on.
What a great bit.
I don't know. I'm just a simple.
Oh, poor dumb old me.
I'm just a simple man from Mayberry up here coaching in Central Michigan. I can't be expected to the comings and goings. We're going to do our best, but don't worry, we're in great hands. We're in great hands. The sign stealing guy, but hey, the big part is I want you to know there's no place for it. I'm disgusted.
Yeah, there's no place.
I'm disgusted. This whole thing, I'm disgusted. Again, because if that's not him, it should be really easy for Central Michigan to just simply be like, yeah, that's who this is.
Well, there was a little Neil Olshey in there too of, hey, just it's proprietary, just trust us.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're in good hands. Don't you worry, we got it.
Every day there's something new about this that just makes me happier. And I saw this press conference, his rambling answer, and I was like, God bless you, Jim McElwain.
Interesting. Well, he's probably in a must-lie situation.
Hey.
You know,
his name did not appear on any passes that were handed out. That much I can assure you. That much.
I don't believe you, Jim.
We've got Dan Lanning audio. Do you want Dan Lanning audio?
Yeah, what do we got from old
They're
Coach
fighting
Lanning?
for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
Well, I'm going to play it next. These the Oregon videos that they're putting out.
Yeah, the little hype videos.
They're calling them cinematic recaps, which I think is a good name for them because they're kind of movie-like.
They put one out after every game, and boy, I tell you what, they're really good.
Yeah, they do a nice job.
Really good.
Yeah.
And this one
turns out they are fighting for clicks.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
This one is we pulled some audio from it because it had some really good behind the scenes looks at Dan Lanning addressing the team and even game planning stuff that's in there. And then again, they put it out after the game, so it's not really jeopardizing anything that they're doing pregame. But it's really interesting look at Lanning and the Ducks. They're really well done, and we have a little audio of that coming up next on our Wednesday College Football Radio Depot. It's 4:15 on the Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
10-minute delay slowing your ride from northbound 205 beginning around Gladstone all the way towards 84. And if you're traveling to Powell Boulevard, it's going to be another 20-minute drive. That's traffic. I'm Ken Luttrell.
This traffic report brought to you by
BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Now through November 30th, during the BMW Road Home Sales event, lease an all-electric
Montana and Eastern Washington University. I thought he was a Florida guy, though, wasn't he?
Well,
originally,
he coached at Florida. I don't know where he's from.
Well, I thought he was from down there originally.
Well,
but
look at it. He played quarterback at Eastern Washington, and no, he was born in Missoula.
It's like Derek Carr, who's from Bakersfield, always sounded like he had kind of a southern twang. That was always weird to me.
And he's from Bakersfield, California?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to look here. He did spend some time down south, but it wasn't because when I lived in Scotland, you will naturally pick up a little bit of a Scottish accent, but
he was at Alabama.
He was in Alabama. But he's only in Alabama for like 3 years.
And then he was at Florida.
Colorado State, and then to Florida. And then Michigan, Central Michigan. Can we hear a little bit? I need to judge this accent a little bit more.
Here, hold on.
Give me a little bit
I got you.
Now, before we go any farther, we've obviously are aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy. Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We're totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. And I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were let out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out. But it's in good hands with our people. And again, there's no place in football for that.
The second time I listened to it, it's less
southerny and more just kind of
stumbly,
small towny. But there's definitely some hints. Like if you ask me where that guy's from, I might say one of the Carolinas.
Something like that.
He got a little down there. It's not quite Dabo, it's not Scoots, but he got a little bit.
Or even Virginia.
One of the maybe Virginia.
Yeah,
he got a little bit, he got
right.
a little bit down there.
All right.
Yeah, goddamn.
Well,
I just love the stammering answer.
Yeah, he had no idea.
Nah, he doesn't know what he's
no,
doing. Look,
all the pressure's been off him. He's at Central Michigan.
I
He was loving it for 3 years or however long he's been there. And
Yeah,
now all the spotlight's on him.
minding his own business. Now
He's
all
like,
of a sudden,
God damn it, I'm back at Florida.
got some douche canoe on the sidelines there, and all hell's breaking
Text line
loose.
saying, "Yeah, Jim, it's in good hands, but we haven't been able to figure it out." How does
Hey,
that work?
I just want you to know that anytime there's an internal investigation, we all have the utmost confidence that internal investigation will be unbiased.
He did have a little Mike Leach sound to him as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, my.
Leach was said with Leach, he'd have that. Leach had a permanent. I don't know if I've ever encountered someone quite like Mike Leach. He had a permanent frog in his throat at all times.
Yeah, I think it was just a nervous habit that he had. But okay, so now to Dan Lanning, a good old Midwest boy.
That's
like
right.
myself.
Yeah.
So Lanning, when we get him on Thursdays, he's pretty chill.
Yeah.
A little edge to him, but he just doesn't reveal a lot in interviews for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, he's nice, he relaxes, he'll tell you things, talk to you, but pretty buttoned up guy.
Sure.
As many coaches are. But when you see him behind the scenes, boy, and our first indoctrination really to him behind the scenes was the Colorado stuff.
Yeah.
Because they didn't do this type of series that we're about to play some clips from
No.
last season with
They're
him.
fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
I think they got a new head of video, and they have blown out this video staff, and it is second to none.
Well, people are loving it. Duck honks on internet are loving these.
Yeah.
And they're really, I don't know if you've seen the latest one. It's really good.
But this is like a keeping up with the Joneses thing. Like LSU was notorious for doing this great when they had Burrow and they were on their run. And like the big programs are now building this out, and Oregon's part of it now.
Well, you pay all these, all these tech guys to put all this content out there.
Yeah.
So they,
look, it makes sense. You get your name out there, and kids love this
market.
stuff.
Yeah, I would imagine for recruiting, it's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Because you see a video like this, it's like 7 minutes. They put one out after every game.
Yep.
You see a video like that, boy, they know those kids probably didn't watch the Oregon game. They just know Oregon won the game at Utah or whatever. And then you put in this video that shows how they did it. And it's pretty compelling material. Certainly for Duck fans and for recruits who'd be interested in the Ducks. But behind the scenes of Dan Lanning, it shows him addressing the team, and it even has some headset audio, which you just don't get that anywhere else. So we're now getting more of Dan Lanning behind the scenes, and man, that dude is intense and fiery, and there's just a whole nother level to to his competitiveness that you see when you see these videos. So we clipped a little bit of this stuff out of this. So this is from the Ducks. This is, obviously promotional material, but we've got a couple of different things. One is his Friday meeting with the team where he's mic'd up on stage and they're going through game plan.
And this is they're kind of going more through the trip to Utah, what Utah's known for, what they're known for, and their chance to change that narrative.
Real quick, let's hop into it. Tell me about this team we're playing. Just give me some thoughts. Discipline, run the ball, what else? Physical. I hear all that, right? And agree with a lot of it. What's the national narrative on these guys? Winning streak at home. What's the narrative on us? Flashy. Do people think Oregon and think tough? No, but I promise you right now, because you just said it, you can feel it. You don't even have to look. People don't look at you as tough. What do those 30 games at home have to do with this game? Not a fucking thing. Has absolutely nothing to do with this game, right? What I feel right now is that we're about to go play a really good team, right? But I feel like nobody in the world recognizes who we are. You know what? I like it. Our job this weekend is to let everybody else in the nation know what we already know.
And they certainly did.
Oh, yeah. Statement game. You can make the argument it was the biggest statement game he's had since he's been here.
Well, I love that he's got and I think most coaches have this, or a lot of them do. They have the ability to turn anything into an underdog narrative.
Sure. You're the sixth team in the country.
Yeah, exactly. But he is right that there's still this thing out there about Oregon's not tough.
Yep.
And
well, remember, go back to this. I mean, look,
that's just wrong. I mean, this is as tough as they've ever been.
Ryan Day has to deal with this at Ohio State, for God's sakes. Seriously, Ohio State has to get labeled as not being tough. Yeah, so trust me, it's a thing. And Oregon certainly has that national perception. And Lanny knows how to push the buttons because the kids all hear this stuff. I think he is much better at this than he lets on. Because sometimes I'll listen to the coach's show when I'm driving home. It's around after hours, and anytime someone asks him about they did it after Colorado, they did it after this, and they'll ask him about these things. I don't think he's overly comfortable talking about this, and I don't think he loves that these are necessarily out there. But I think he also understands that in this day and age, you have to have these sorts of things out there. But I think he very much downplays these, but he knows what he's doing, and I think he's very good at it.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was getting at. It's like when we get him on Thursdays, you don't get this level of Dan Lanning.
Yeah. Because
it's just a media interview. But behind the scenes, man, you're right. He is as dynamic as they come.
Yes. Which is why, remember when Willie Taggart got hired, we heard all this stuff about what a dynamic recruiter and all this, stuff about him. And then when we met him, we're like, what the hell? Where the dude seemed like he was just like a milk toast. Whereas Lanning, maybe a little more buttoned up, you could see it in Lanning. And then when you get glimpses behind the scenes, you can definitely see why that guy walks into a room and people want to come be a part of what he's built.
So here's Saturday pregame.
Your knowledge and your effort is what's going to separate us. The rarest human trait that exists is consistency. Today's about consistency and toughness. It's a 15-round heavyweight fight. On punches, non-stop. We're ready to fight today. That's why we're taking the ball when you got to do it today. I hope they give us the ball first.
Did they get the ball first?
They did. Utah won the toss and elected to go on defense. Oregon got the ball, went and scored.
75. They brought right down the field on him. I was trying to think if Utah had gotten the ball first and didn't do anything with it, but no, Oregon got it first and ran it right down their throat.
Yeah, he was right about that. Yeah. The greatest, what did he say? The most elusive human trait is consistency.
And I thought he's going heavy around. And someone in there, I don't know if it was Lanning or not, but someone gave me a Ric Flair. Someone gave me a woo.
No, his players gas him up while he's doing this. It's pretty good. That was a player.
All right, here's some headset communications.
And I'll preface this by saying they did this a lot in the video. Go check it out. But this is 2 offensive plays, and it includes audio from earlier in the week scouting it, and then headset audio and obviously announcer audio of the plays actually working that they talked about.
March. I love the plan that we have this week. Like back more detail, a little bit of that now. March play. You guys like this on offense? Like you're really successful on the double, got a great kick, right? And we get Bucky on their safety. Everybody like that matchup? I like that matchup.
Yeah, just like we saw. Just like we thought.
What a great run by Bucky. Dives across. Touchdown, Oregon.
Is this 2 sticks? 2 sticks?
We know they run what in third and medium? 2 sticks. We're not going to throw it short of the sticks. We're going to get past the sticks. You can see our routes past the sticks, then defending the sticks, and where that's going to create possible.
Over the middle, caught, and a first down. What a beautiful route right here.
Looks like field pressure. Think you're getting pressure.
Talk to me about what we're doing here, T-Ferd. Taking the middle. Think that might be a touchdown opportunity on this look.
He wants to see it. I don't know what he just checked. They're good. They're good.
That
is a good call.
Those times that we're there as a coaching staff on the sideline saying, okay, wait, what is he checking to? Oh, all right, good. That worked.
Ball throws into James wide open. Touchdown! This offense is humming with Bo Nix. The middle of the field is wide open.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Yeah, I liked how they were splicing in the
what they were talking about, and then how it played out in the game.
Yeah,
it did seem like, just watching that video, it seemed like pretty much everything they expected from Utah. And I assume, you get into a game, sometimes it's like, what is happening out there? This is not what we expected.
And other times,
and then other times, this seemed like a game, and it was reflective in the final score, where everything that they thought Utah was going to bring, they brought.
It was a damn good scout, it seems like.
It's really, when you get into games like this and everything that you worked on, it's like when you were taking a test. You ever sit down for one of those tests and you're just like, dude, I got this. Like, everything that you studied for is on the test. And you're just like, dude, you're just breezing through it. And other times you look at it and you're like, what in the hell? And I'll tell you what, you can tell early on in games when you just have that, when you have a great game plan and they're doing things that you expect, or, like physically you just keep getting the edge and you realize, dude, I can get this whenever I want it. You just get one of those rhythms. And this was one of those games, and I think obviously Utah, being as shorthanded as they are, certainly played a role in that, but they had nothing to offer Oregon. It was a great game plan. Oregon was just the more balanced team. I mean, that was an ass kicking from start to finish. And I don't care how shorthanded Utah is, that doesn't happen in Salt Lake very often.
Nope.
And I think that put the nation on alert.
And here's a little post game.
I have never been more proud to be a team's coach than I am right now. Yes, sir. That's our first 4-quarter game. Standing on it. And if you don't feel the love in this room, the love is the difference. Connection. Connection showed up today. I know the people in this room, you're not satisfied. We're coming for more.
That's always a tough one, too, I would imagine, for a coach, is like when you put together a game, everything worked out. He's like 4-quarter game, played great. You got it. Now you can't get too high because you've got, however many more games left.
Well,
you got to get right back up and do it again.
They're going to be favored in all the games going forward, but dude, we see this all the time. If you think that they're just going to have this game against every team, Cal can offer you something. I guarantee Oregon State's going to be looking to spoil their season. I mean, there are no gimmies in this conference. I mean, look around the country. It happens every single week that the moment you get into one of those games where it doesn't go according to plan and it's not on script and you are turning the ball over and you do just kind of have some of those moments, do you have the ability to pull it out of the fire? Texas Tech is a great example of that. They easily could have lost that game, but they didn't. They found a way to pull it out. And like you look at like Oregon State, right? And Oregon State's season isn't over, but Oregon State easily could have won that game against Arizona. Easily. And it just didn't quite go their way. And that's the difference between good seasons and special seasons. And Oregon has a special season lined up in front of them, but a lot of work left to be done. And just because you roll Utah one week, like you said, sure as hell doesn't mean that you do it week after week after week.
All right, we'll have more college football coming up later in our college football donkey punch.
Yikes.
What is the worry meter for Oregon State's road trip to Colorado? We'll get into that and some other items. But next, we got to move on to In the News. I've got some community quickies for you.
All right.
You want a quickie?
Is that before or after the donkey punch?
Well, obviously it's before because it's coming up next.
That's true.
Come on, guys.
Can I get a Gatorade and a sandwich?
Follow along.
Shut up.
Here's Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit
scares me. It can't.
Well, they covered in Toronto, right? They won.
They won
for the first time this season.
Yeah.
So Detroit has Cade Cunningham. That's about all I know.
Well, they got Cade Cunningham. They got Jay Ivey.
They have former number 3 overall pick Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, I think he comes off the bench.
He's starting tonight.
Is
He might sometimes.
Yeah,
but
I think
he's starting
normally
tonight.
he's a bench guy.
Well, you're not impressing me so far.
I don't know what.
Is that why they were only 3.5 point favorites?
Well, they're down 26-32 right now.
The Blazers are down.
The Blazers are down.
Yeah, they're down 6
right now.
already. Okay,
End
so
of the first.
So you got it at 3.5.
I got it at 3.5.
All right. Well, fade the Blazers so far 3-1.
Oh,
on,
and
on the young
against the
season.
spread, yeah.
And they've got the one of the I don't know. There's two of them. The Thompson twins.
Yeah, Osser Thompson, his brother Amen is the other one. Is the Rockets? I think he went to.
I think so.
Quick, name the Pistons coach. Go.
Oh, was he in our game that we played? It's not.
Go. Hurry up.
I want to say Dwayne Casey, but that's not it.
No, he was in the game. He's in the front
Is it
office.
the guy that's the Slovakian president, or was
Oh
that
yeah, is
the
it like
Raptors?
no? That's the Raptors one. That's like Radukovic or something.
Yeah.
It's Monty Williams.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
That's
they gave
right.
Monty Williams like more money, and everyone was like, "Why did you go there?" And then we saw the money. We're like, "Oh."
Our friend Monty Williams.
By the way, Scoot, who remember he's starting anew.
I know.
He's 1 for 4 with.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
4 points, so he's ready to dominate.
Are you going to be a Scoot hater this whole time?
No, but I just think
Give him
it's
time.
I just think it's mildly comical that they were like, no problems whatsoever. He's going to take this league by storm. Also,
he just turned the corner last game.
yeah, he
remember?
turned the corner with his 3 of 12 shooting. Also, can I also point out too that everyone that made fun of, and I get why, mocked the Charlotte Hornets for taking Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
Have you seen what Brandon Miller's doing?
He's pretty good, isn't
He looks really, really good.
Uh-oh.
Like Charlotte's like, holy cow, we got one right. And look, I know it's early, and I'm not trying to throw any shade at Scoot. I just think it's interesting that we were just so, oh my God, this kid, we've never seen like it. He's going to blow the NBA away. And now we're being told, well, he's a teenager and there's just patience and just, hey.
We were told would be like a consensus number 1 with no Wemby and generational point guard. And maybe we still get that.
But now we're being told, well, he's 19 and
Big time
he's
back
got to
time
have
going on.
patience and this is ridiculous and these expectations. It's your expectations. Your dumbasses are the ones that told everyone
Guys,
this.
move on.
And now you're upset that people are looking like, hey, this doesn't look generational. To
It's
me.
not breaking news, dude.
I thought it was interesting that Miller down in Charlotte, every night I read through the box scores and look at little recaps. And down in Charlotte, they are raving about that cat.
All right, it's November 1, 2023. It's time now for In the News. I'm your newsman. Hello. Thank you. Today is World Vegan Day. Are you a vegan?
That's right out. I could do vegetarian, I think, if I had to. Vegan, get out of here. Vegan.
Get out of here. It's also International Scented Candle Day.
That I can do. I love me some scented candles. Although the cost, I'm not sure which shocks me more. Beef jerky, hooded sweatshirts, scented candles.
I can power rank those.
Yeah, the price, the sticker shock on all 3.
I think beef jerky's 1.
Yeah, it's. Why is it the most
I would agree.
expensive substance known to man?
Well, I
I
guess
can buy
'cause
drugs cheaper.
I guess because you have to. It's just there's so much that goes into it.
And I guess
really.
technically it's still red meat. Like
just
It's
dry
just
it out.
meat that you just dry.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's delicious.
Yes, and I
but
can't stop eating.
You pay $7 for a bag, and there's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 4 bites in there.
It's
5
ridiculous.
bites.
Yes.
Scented candles are expensive, but I've got to tell you something. At our house, you guys, if there were a Hall of Fame for scented candle ambiance, my wife is in it.
Really?
Yeah.
She's got it dialed in.
Oh my God, it's so.
I love it.
And it's constant. It's all. She's always got them.
Yeah.
There's a billion of them in this one cabinet, and the smells are so freaking delightful.
do they often match the season too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's a sommelier because it's a dicey thing if you're lighting multiple scented candles. You have to make sure that they're all
You
matched.
can't be doing that.
In that candle game, there is no kill like
No.
overkill. You
Yeah.
don't want to be doing that.
It's one. Well, we have a small house, so
Yeah.
we just lights one right in the middle of the island in the kitchen and
Love it.
lights up the whole house. It's just she's unbelievable at it. I don't know how she does it. She's incredible.
Vancouver Ford text line wants you to F, Mary, kill jerky, hoodies, scented candles.
Well, you gotta. I mean, come on, you gotta kill hoodies.
Yeah, they're out.
Who cares?
I haven't bought a hooded sweatshirt in forever simply because of the 100 and
They just all
something.
start at $75 or that's it?
75. If I saw a hooded
That's a starting
sweatshirt that I
price.
liked and it was $75, I might actually buy it thinking to myself, this is a great bargain.
Yeah, the good ones are like 120.
It's absurd.
Tell you what, I think I'd bang the jerky.
Yeah. And then yeah.
My wife would be the scented candle.
I understand. It's a solid choice.
The Portland Public Schools, the teacher strike is underway.
Yeah, it's on.
It's the first in district history. Classes have been canceled. The district says that parents can expect a text and email by 7 o'clock each night that would address if the school will be open the next day. But it doesn't sound like, I was reading through some of their complaints as much as I could stomach of that minutia.
Yeah.
But they are using Mediator, but reading through it, it doesn't appear like they like each other or they're very close. Like, there's some bad blood. Like, the union accused the district of superficial dialogue and the pretense of collaboration.
Man,
Those
I
are the
hate
words they
pretense.
use.
I hate it.
They claim an untenable status quo, so I don't know how long this will last, but...
I say this all the time when it comes to strikes. I have no idea what's going on, but I side with the teachers.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all? Like, who sides with the district?
I don't know.
You know they're getting jobbed, the teachers.
Yes.
We all know teachers don't make enough.
Although, to be fair, there are some teachers now that I think we're starting to get to that point where we realize we better start paying teachers because without it, we're screwed. And I think that's what everyone's fighting for is to make sure that they're getting properly compensated. But some are getting there. I do know that.
I've got some community quickies for you.
I like community quickies. Oh, and by the way, there's several places that are doing some cool things to where to kind of help out the teachers. You look around different businesses. Like there's a bar that I drink at, Pay Dirt. They're doing there's a fund where teachers can go and get a drink on you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so if you go into Pay Dirt, there's a little thing you can just, it's like donate whatever it is, like your $6 or whatever, and then that's a fund. And then so any teacher that wants to go in and you show them your credentials or whatever, and they get a free drink. So there's just places that are doing kind of fun little, buy a teacher a drink.
I like that.
Yeah.
The Ritz. So this is the beginning of community quickies, just so you know. So the archives can detail it. The downtown Portland Ritz-Carlton is now open.
Yes.
It has opened.
It looks very nice.
With its fancy...
everything.
Yeah, chandeliers
it's
and
fancy.
Colors and bars and seating and rooms and condos and restaurants.
Tours. Oh, no, I mean...
Whoa!
No.
It's the first in the Northwest, the Ritz-Carlton. There's not one in Seattle.
Really?
Yeah.
I assumed that there would have been a Ritz up in Seattle. Okay.
No. Those losers up there don't have one.
We'll go Ritz-Carlton. We used to stay at those when I was with the Buccaneers, and that's the only time I've stayed at a Ritz because they're expensive.
Dutch Brothers is rolling out its holiday cups. I know you care about this. You got to have the holiday cup.
Okay.
They're doing 12 days of Dutchmas beginning today.
That's a thing. Doesn't Starbucks do that? But then everyone got mad because Starbucks was doing Xmas instead of Christmas or Happy Holidays or some crap.
I don't know. But
You might get a front row seat to this because Schulte's a big Dutch Bros guy.
Yeah,
he might
he-
be having the Dutch Bros cups here.
He always has his big old Dutch Bros.
Every time he rolls in here, I stare at that thing and I just am like, wow.
It's like a meal.
It is. It is a giant, like, big gulp looking milkshake whipped cream. And I'm like, you eat that or drink it every day.
He
Holy
loves it.
Cow.
12 lights of glowing.
Okay.
That's today. 11 penguins playing.
So it's a different cup every day?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 12 days of Dutchmas.
Why wouldn't they do that in December?
It's a good question. I don't know.
It's
Or
Nov-
maybe it's like
November.
3 days each.
I
Or
was going to say, because it's November 1st. Isn't that
I
a
don't
little weird to...
10 trees a swaying. 9 treats a baking. 8 gondolas a swaying.
What?
Gondolas, you know.
Why do they sway?
Well, because they're on the gondola, like in the wind.
Oh, I was thinking like the boats.
You know?
That like isn't that gondola like the
Yeah,
paddle
so
boat?
you have the gondola like in Venice, but there's also the gondolas like at ski resorts that that take you on a track up the mountain.
Okay.
I think being that it's winter, that's probably
Yeah.
the reference.
Yeah, I'm with you.
7 gnomes a rockin'. 6 canes a candyin'.
The canes are a candy.
That's my favorite one so far. We're just stretching at this point.
5 Dutch windows.
What?
Dutch windows.
Why wouldn't it be windmills?
I don't know.
I mean, isn't that the whole logo is the windmill?
4 snowmobiles, 3 nutcrackers, 2 skating bears, a camper with a Yeti.
A camper with a Yeti is number one.
I
Huh?
don't know.
That's what they've done.
Okay, well, go Dutch Bros.
And they have their holiday drink. Last year they had the peppermint bliss cold brew and the hazelnut truffle mocha. Because you're nothing without. You got to have the holiday drinks,
Yeah.
and the specialties, and cups and everything.
It's not me. I choose to.
You're more of a human bean guy.
I choose.
The human bean is great.
Yeah, clearly.
Great stuff.
Every time I drive by, there's a human being, like where I ride my bike. Every time I see it, it makes me chuckle. Every single time.
Why?
The human being. It's just.
It's great.
That pun really got you, huh?
Every time I ride by it, it's just I get a little chuckle to myself.
I have a buddy who has a couple of those. They're great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple human beings. Right?
Yep. Yep.
Just play with that. Just to play with that, does he?
November 13th. That's a big date. We'll get to why next on The Fan.
It's The Fan on demand.
I'm going to give it to you.
Give it to me.
Service
big day.
And why is that?
Because Tear Gas Teddy says that is the day that Portland will begin enforcing the ban on
the daytime camping.
Homeless camping.
I did see that the other day. I just couldn't remember that was November 13th. So I also wasn't certain that they hadn't started enforcing that yet. Because that was released a long time ago.
I know. It is amazing to find out.
I'm like, what? That's happening? Oh.
Well, we'll talk about something that they're doing, and we're like, okay, well, let's see if this works.
Yeah.
And then in 6 months, you're like, well, they're now implementing. It's like, what were they doing for 6 months?
So I am interested. One, at least they're attempting something. I give everyone an A for effort for at least trying to do something. But like, I still haven't fully understood what they're going to do. So if you show up and some dude's got his stuff there
between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Yeah.
So
public property, you cannot camp.
What are
new restrictions?
What are they gonna do? If the person's like no?
Okay, here
gather up their stuff.
So it says specifically the policy bans camping overnight in city parks, along riverbanks, near busy streets, among other areas, and prohibits campers from building a fire, using a propane heater, erecting temporary structures, digging into the ground, and other actions at their rest site.
Yeah, camping.
8 a.m. That's overnight. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Prohibits camping on all public property. Okay, so if someone violates this policy twice, they will be given a written warning.
Yeah,
which I'm sure will be
I'm
quite
sure
a deterrent.
It's a real stern talking to.
That will be from a Portland police officer. A third violation could leave them either with a fine of up to $100 or up to a month in jail.
This is my only thing. So we're finding people that don't have any money. 100, like, what?
Or up to a month in jail.
Okay.
The mayor said his office has spent the past 3 months educating homeless service providers and people who are currently homeless on the parameters of the new policy.
I thought I remember saying, or them saying, that under no circumstances anyone would go to jail. Remember, we talked about that. They said
I think one of the commissioners said that, but
Yeah.
Tear Gas Teddy ain't saying that. He's tough.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that we're doing something.
Does anybody have any faith that this will work?
No, but I guess I'm glad.
Give them kudos for trying.
Trying, and I don't want to be negative
All
on it because they're attempting something and maybe it will make a difference. And I don't.
That's right. Good attitude.
I just don't know, like when the police show up and Grapefruit Joe's out there and they're like, "Hey, Grapefruit Joe, you can't be here," and he's like, "Okay," and then he packs up his like belongings and goes somewhere else. Like,
well,
he just walks.
I think
I don't.
Well, the part of the problem is this says that they created a map that identified all areas where people cannot camp.
Yeah.
What they did not do is create a map detailing where they can camp. So that's a problem, probably.
Trying to wrangle them into one area. I did see recently that my plan of taking to the high seas has started. Some local people are complaining that homeless boaters are causing problems.
Yeah, and they're peeing, or like they're dumping their all their waste into the water. And it's floating up to their floating homes. And it's like, what a mess. God. Would you rather be homeless on land or sea? Or on water?
Well, again,
it doesn't need to be sea.
According to my plan, I think that they would prefer the high seas.
See, I think being homeless out on the Willamette, that's better to me than...
Hello? Someone on the Vancouver Ford text line, third violation, bum voyage. Yeah. We give you 2 strikes, and on that third one, nope, to the high seas. We're putting you on the ship.
If I were home, I'd be for it.
Exactly.
Like, wait, you're putting me on a ship?
Yeah.
I get to go on a cruise?
Well, didn't the Portland Sternwheeler recently, or was it the Portland Spirit that got decommissioned, right? They're not doing that anymore?
No, I think they're still doing the Spirit.
I thought one of them...
Well, the Sternwheeler, I think they changed it into something else.
I thought one of them was like, no go.
No, it got bought, and then they're repurposing it.
I got a repurpose for it. Third strike. Boom. Next thing you know, you're on a paddle boat, cruising up and down.
Well, Ted Wheeler said he has told police officers to focus their enforcement on the new ban on areas that are most problematic.
Can't wait. I'm going to text my buddy right now and be like, hey, you excited about enforcing this camping ban?
He said that he expects the ban to be more complaint-driven than reactive. That's the police chief. That's the new guy, Bob Day.
Yeah,
said
so
that.
basically they're saying as long as you're not causing any problems, but the areas where people do call on them, hopefully they show up and do something about it.
Well, we'll see.
We gotta do something.
November 13th.
look, keep chipping away at it. The thing you can't allow to happen is just the apathy where we're like, well, there's nothing we can do.
The throw your hands up and give up would be the worst thing you could do.
And I feel like we're already approaching that point, which is why I'm giving them kudos for at least attempting this.
Well, it's like they're down, 31-0, and
you
you
can't
just gotta one play at a time.
One play at a time, man. Dig our way out.
TCU did it against the Ducks in the bowl game.
Yeah, where's Dan? We need Dan Lanning to give the city an inspirational speech. I'm going to ask Coach Lanning on Thursday if he's willing.
Yeah, they lost, right?
give us a pep talk.
All right, that's in the news. November 1. Can you believe it's November? I can. It's November.
Yeah, boy, it snuck up on me.
Boy, this year has gone fast. November 1, 2023. Okay, the Hot 5 at 5 is next. It sounds like a wrench has been thrown into plans for Portland to get a WNBA franchise. We have the World Series tonight, and wow, the first coach in the NFL fired is not Brandon Staley.
No, bit of a surprise.
All coming up next on the Hot 5 at 5 on The Fan.
Go Chargers, go!
At Multnomah Medical Clinic, we use the most advanced form of acoustic wave therapy to treat neuropathy and joint pain by repairing tissue and increasing circulation. Here's what our patients
Wednesday, it's Rop and Souk.
Sada.
Your sports bros.
Just watching some sweet Maction here. Bowling Green and Ball State. What? Is that the Maction theme song?
Something like that.
It's a
little misfire.
It's intense right there.
The
Maction yesterday was like a freaking blizzard going on. It was coming down hard.
Yeah, it was misfire from Buckley because he's all nervous about his little baby coming into the world.
That's right.
I came in today and chastised him because apparently Buck wasn't willing to go home and do it.
And I told Souk that is not necessarily true.
I don't see a kid. Here we are again, Buck, with no kid.
Yeah.
The hell's going down?
Tomorrow, this is Buck's last show.
Yeah, this is it. Maybe ever.
Yeah.
Is Mike Lynch,
I told my wife
back?
that. She laughed. I don't think so.
Buck,
I'll
I'm
be
trying
back.
to do you a solid by putting the notion out there with the wife that you should be a house husband. You need
I don't hate that idea. I just don't think her one income is enough to support 2 children and me, a 3rd baby.
Well, maybe an OnlyFans, you know?
Oh, okay.
You
I have not considered this for
got that-
myself or
you got
what
that-
kind of fans I might.
You got that big burly guy going on for you.
Yeah.
You could be a power bottom. You know,
Yeah,
get a bear.
Hey,
thumb.
cuddly type.
Did you see the OnlyFans story in the sports world?
Yes,
Did
I
you see
did.
this?
Joe Smith.
Joe Smith.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
I want to talk about that in the club.
Is that real?
I don't know.
'Cause
But
I watched it, and if you don't know what we're talking about, well, it's not what you think. But I watched that video, and I was like, that can't be real, right?
well, we're gonna dissect it next hour.
Yeah.
Because I
got questions.
There are key questions.
It's not Dwight Howard questions because we haven't even talked.
Well,
to
yeah, we
that's-
haven't talked about that yet, have we?
Dude, what is with ex-NBA players? Stuff's going down. It's getting wild out there in the
Well,
streets.
They're bored.
And they're horny.
And they're
That-
bored,
yeah.
horny, and they have a bunch of money.
I'll tell you right now, that's a dangerous combination. Bored, horny, and cash.
Yeah.
You're going to get into some stuff.
That's how you end up behind a cheesecake factory like Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, with a busted nose. I mean, stuff happens.
So we'll get into that. But yeah, we celebrate Ryan Buckley for the next 2 hours.
And then we say goodbye to
And
him.
then we'll he has his own drop.
He does.
Yeah, I found a Gus Johnson.
Has anyone ever called you Buck Wild?
My best friend and a groomsman in my wedding gave me that nickname my freshman year of college and has never stopped calling me
I
that.
was going to say, 'cause that's, I've never thought about it until just now, but when I was like, that's gotta, at some point in your life, someone's got to hit you up with a Buck Wild.
So we'll be shoving him off into paternity leave. He'll be gone for 12 weeks.
I need a kid's stat.
What a great company.
You could do that.
Well, again, I'm thinking about my whole fake kid, program here that I'm going to get on pretty soon. Just start claiming that we got babies on the way. I also had in the club. I watched a movie recently about that because I have been medically altered where I cannot have children, and I would like to pose the question that if that has happened and you've been told by doctors that you can't have kids, and then your missus is like, surprise,
Which does happen.
it does happen. What's
We
your
had it happen here, remember?
Yeah. There's someone,
he got snipped.
he finds a way, or so he said.
Yeah, he said he
This
did.
is my
And
question.
then he got her pregnant.
Is it okay to be a bit suspicious?
Sorry, Swigard.
At what level are you allowed to be like, Because I mean,
What do you mean?
Okay, so you have a medical procedure, and I had mine. I told the doctor, I'm like, I want the double, like no reversey.
Wait, what are you suspicious of?
That it's not yours.
Well, yeah, that if you can't do it, or the doctor says you should be in the clear here, and your gal ends up knocked up.
Yeah, I've said it all the time. Like, if I come home and my gal is like, I'm pregnant, my response is, that kid better be Jesus. Otherwise, you've got some explaining to do. So I was watching the movie, this movie. It was the new Bill Burr movie, which, by the way, don't watch. It's effing terrible. But in there,
Thanks for saving me the time.
Oh, I do too, which is why I watched it. It's awful. It's so bad. But in there, the guy, he's like in his 50s, got a younger girlfriend, and he's like, oh, he's pregnant. And he's like, he's suspicious, and she gets all mad at him. And I was like, well, I understand that may be not the time, but how are you not supposed to have a little suspicion?
So you're saying, you're asking, can she get mad about the suspicion?
Yes.
Like she has.
Or isn't it in his, I just asking, what is the appropriate response? Because it turned into a thing at our house because she was like, what an ass. And I was like, what? I think that's
totally reasonable.
Totally reasonable. So you're telling me.
But you just need to handle it in a delicate
That's
manner.
what I was asking. Is it really more likely that you had the miracle, like the jump, or is it more likely that she cheated on you? It's a weird.
Yeah, it's all about how you handle it.
And in her spot, it's like, oh, so especially if she hasn't, it's like, oh, so that's how your trust is for me, and it's not the fact that your equipment is actually doing something you didn't expect.
That's why it's all about how you handle it. And,
Big time.
Well, then
what
how
you
do
say.
you handle it? Because at
I don't know.
at
I
some
don't think
point you have to do like, will you spin into this tube?
It's delicate. You know what I think I would do? Well, I'll tell you what I would do. We'll talk about it in the club. Yeah, right now the hot 5 at 5, I think.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
The Blazers are 1-3 on the young season. They are in Detroit tonight, taking on the Pistons. They are at halftime. Jeremy Grant leads the way with 14, but the Blazers are down 12, 59-47.
Hashtag fade the Blazers. What was the spread on this?
3.5.
3.5 or 4.
So you're looking pretty good right now. I think Buck took the Pistons.
This has backdoor written all over it.
Of course it does.
The Blazers announced yesterday Anthony Simons underwent successful thumb surgery. Not just thumb surgery, successful thumb surgery.
That's important.
6 weeks is the new timeline for his return. And
by the way, I don't want to get cocky, but I'll tell you what.
What?
Me and Buck's 28.5 and on the under.
Oh, totally.
It's looking pretty tasty right now.
Solid at the time.
They're terrible. And by the way, you know what's going to happen is Simons is going to come back in 6 weeks. You know who's going down? Jeremy Grant.
He's gonna get a toe problem next.
I mean, the only way you were going over that is if Scoot just comes out of the gate like, Kobe Bryant.
Turns out, no.
Number 4.
He is 2 of 6 tonight.
Oh no, he turned the corner. What are you talking about? Turn the corner.
Rest in peace, Bob Knight. Yeah. Indiana legend has died at the age of 83. He won 3 national titles in 902 career games with the Hoosiers. Well, Hoosiers and
Texas Tech.
Texas Tech. Forgot about that part.
And might have been the worst human being to ever coach college basketball, but he was a very, very successful coach.
Yeah, he was kind of...
He wasn't kind of anything.
Well, he was kind of like the last guy from that old era where, when a guy... Dude, imagine a coach chucking a chair across the floor today. People would be aghast.
Yeah.
Back then, have you watched that video?
Oh, yeah.
People get up and start screaming and cheering.
They love it.
They love it.
And that's the part that bothers me is like they're celebrating him today by showing those clips and being like, oh, he's one of a kind. No, he was a bully and an ass.
Yeah.
That
I'm just
physically abused people.
I think that, and he was awful. I just think that he was kind of the last. He's not. There's plenty of bully coaches,
but not like him.
Yeah, he was like the last of that breed.
Yeah.
That was just like that's how he built. That's who he was, and how he built his career.
Turns out choking players and assaulting fans and your secretary.
I was watching a thing on him on ESPN. It was just playing in here during a break, and I was watching. He assaulted players on the bench.
Yes,
I mean it wasn't just
multiple
behind
times.
closed doors.
Yeah.
It was like on TV.
Remember, he went on a hunting trip and he dislocated his son's shoulder and broke his nose.
Well, he's dead. The WNBA will not be awarding a franchise to Portland now.
This is really weird. Did you read the details on this?
I did. There was a letter sent from the league to Senator Ron Wyden, and in it, what they're saying is they have deferred consideration until the timing and scope of Moda Center renovations are settled.
Yeah, because obviously they play in the summer, and then the Blazers, Jody Allen said that she agreed to push the renovations back so that they could play a couple years in the Moda Center and then, be inconvenienced for one season. And they said they were really surprised by this because it seemed like Portland was a slam dunk, but I guess because of the building issues, I wonder if somewhere deep down this is about just waiting until she moves on and there's just more of a stable ownership sort of situation there.
Well, I just worry about the crowd at the sports bra.
There will be no WNBA.
This is a blow.
Well, look, it would have done real well here. The Thorns do phenomenal here in Portland, and I think the WNBA would have done real well.
NFL quarterback news. The Browns QB1, Deshaun Watson, practiced on a limited basis today. There is no news yet on if he'll play against the Cardinals. Arizona says it'll be either Kyler Murray or Clayton Tune, as Josh Dobbs has been traded to the Vikings. Minnesota taking on Atlanta this week. Desmond Ridder benched by the Falcons. They're going with Taylor Heineke. And then the Raiders say that rookie Aiden O'Connell will be QB1 this week against the Gigantes.
By the way, did you see Taylor Heineke's Halloween costume?
No, what did the Heineken man go as?
He went as a deer in the headlights, and I would encourage you to go find a photo of the headlights that he was a deer.
Two things at number one. Did we miss a number in there?
It's possible.
I don't think so. I think we talked through a number there.
Oh, we did. Okay. Well, I've got two things left. One is we have the World Series.
Sorry.
I
just saw Heineke's Halloween photo.
It's Game 5. Texas up 3-1 on Arizona. They are back in Phoenix. No one's really watching. Games 2 and 3 were the lowest viewed games in World Series history.
We were talking the other day during Monday Night Football. I was watching it, and you were watching the Monday night game. You were kind of dismissing the World Series, and you're a huge baseball guy.
Yeah. Well, I had money on the Monday night game. That's probably why. I had more money on that than the baseball game.
Understand.
But I know I've been watching it. 3-1 takes a little of the luster out of it. But Arizona's capable of coming back. Obviously, they got to win tonight. But the other thing about this game, it's Eovaldi against Gallen. But if Corey Seager wins World Series MVP, he will be just the fourth ever to do it twice. Reggie Jackson, Sandy Koufax, and Bob Gibson, the other three.
That's good company.
Did Jackson do it with two different teams? Because did he get more with the A's?
Probably Yankees and A's.
That's what I was wondering, because Seager will have done it with two different teams, and I thought that maybe Jackson might have done that with the A's and the Yankees.
I think so.
Yes. The Rangers, by the way, 10-0 on the road so far.
I know.
That's unbelievable.
In the
Freaking
playoffs.
nuts. Road Warriors.
And then number one, the real number one, is that the Raiders have fired coach Josh McDaniels. They have also fired their general manager, Dave Ziegler. Antonio Pierce takes over as coach. Wasn't he on Herm's staff?
He's one of the guys that helped drive that program into the ground.
He's only 2 years removed from massive recruiting violations himself.
Hey, didn't the NFL say that they're not going to be a safe haven for guys to get in trouble? Here you are. Although he's not going to be the permanent guy, but
he takes over. He's the one that said Aiden O'Connell will be their quarterback.
Yeah, they bumped up their quarterback coach to be the OC.
They also turfed the offensive coordinator. McDaniels and Ziegler inherited a team that went 10-7, but they just went to 9-16.
Yeah, not so good, and had some of the worst decisions we've ever seen.
Awful.
I mean, it's
he was a joke.
It was.
I mean,
yes.
he was a joke.
Yes.
As the head coach of the Raiders.
Yep.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Our college football donkey punch is coming up next on the Fan.
All eyes on Scoot.
Long rebound grabbed by Sharp.
So
13%.
13%. But yeah, the Cubs did just do it.
Yeah.
So we're keeping an eye on that for you. Texas, Arizona. The Diamondbacks already have 2 on in the bottom of the first.
No, we'll say if they do have it lined up on full rest. Their 3 best pitchers, 1, 2, 3, if they could get this thing to go 7. So at least there's that.
Now to our college football donkey punch.
Yeah,
bro.
There's several things in here. One of the things we needed to get to was a little hot Beaver talk. We haven't talked much about their game against Arizona. We did a little bit Monday, but
obviously focused mostly around the fake field goal.
Well, my question about them would be what holds them back on the road? They just are not. There's something about them on the road.
Yeah.
You just can't trust them. What is it?
I think that's in general college football. I mean, it's just, I don't think it's just Oregon State. I think that is problematic of a lot of programs. I think the difference between the Alabamas and the Georgias of the world is just is you can trust them on the road. Well, you can say the same thing about Oregon. I mean, that one down in Salt Lake was such a big win, again, because it was on the road. Like even really good teams in college just struggle on the road. And I think it's kind of the last step of a program is to kind of be able to break through and
But what is that then? Is that experience?
I think it's experience. I think obviously crowd noise. I think creatures like football players are creatures of habit. And I mean, you're dealing with 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kids or young men. And I just think it's hard week in and week out to be able to maintain that same level of intensity. When you're on the road as at home, especially sometimes when you're playing in not the best environment, you got to bring your own juice. You got to create your own sauce.
I think all that's true, but I was looking for something a little deeper because I feel like, and I may be wrong about this, it may just be that simple, but it seems to me they are one of the better teams that is that poor on the road. In other words, I feel like with them, as opposed to, oh gosh, who should I don't know. I'm trying to think of a team in another league that is sort of the equivalent of Oregon State. I don't want to say Penn State. I don't want to say that.
No, I mean,
maybe like a Wisconsin or
yeah.
I mean, they're really good. Like they were really good last year, and we had big expectations for them this year. So it sort of feels like they're disappointing. Like you should expect more from them on the road as opposed to the average team who just struggles on the road because they're just not that great of a team.
I guess I would make the argument, and again, it's not a slight, but I've mentioned this a couple times this year in that I think Oregon State fan has gotten over their skis a little bit about where they're at. That was a hell of a team last year, and it's a hell of a team this year. Oregon State is a really good football team.
They won 10 last year, didn't they?
They won 10 last year with the bowl game. Won 9
and then upgraded quarterback.
Yes.
And so I think the expectation was, hey.
And I think, again, they can win 10 games again this year. I think this is a really good football team. I think this can be a team that goes 9-3 in the regular season and you win a bowl game and you win 10 games. But when you look at them 2 years ago, this was 2 years ago and back, this was a terrible program. I mean, it was bad. When Jonathan Smith took over, this was one of the worst Power 5 programs in the country. And I think Smith did such a nice job with it and turned it around so quickly. And last year, you were able to, to kind of get that thing pointed in the right direction. I think that a lot of people started talking about this Oregon State team like this was old hat. And they had been here year after year after year. And I was like, just be careful getting over your skis. And if you go back to last year, we talked about this, for every close loss that they had, right? They could have beaten UW and they could have beaten, what was the other one? USC, right? They probably should have lost to Fresno State. They damn sure should have lost to Stanford.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it was like this idea that Oregon State had arrived. Well, and they have arrived as a good program, but to expect them to all of a sudden, really within a year, be over that hump where they're on the road and they're humming along, I think that's kind of the last final step. And I don't think Oregon State is there in the development of that program. And it'd be one thing to me if they had lost on the road to Stanford or if they had lost on the road to someone like that. But Arizona, by the way, is probably going through the same thing Oregon State's going through. Arizona's looking at this thing being like, God, if we just hadn't been a bunch of, dumbasses, like we're sitting there right now as a top 15 team as well. And they're kind of going through the process.
Well, they have 2 overtime losses.
Yes.
And if they won both of those games, they would be 7-1.
Yeah. And so you're sitting there looking at that saying, boy, if we just would have done this. And I think that, again, goes to the point of what Jed Fish and what Jonathan Smith are doing, is that you're building a program and you're trying to take that next step. In some ways, Oregon's even doing that. And Oregon was much further along than those programs, that Oregon is now trying to figure out how to learn to finish off those games, especially on the road. Go back to the UW game. I just think it's the hardest thing to do in college football is to consistently go on the road and show up, because I wish that there was a magic answer to it of why that is.
I think we know why
it's a weird, funky thing in college football, especially when you go on the road, and it's not always against the juggernauts. Sometimes it's just against that average team that on any Saturday jumps up and gets you.
I mean, it's. I think we know why it's hard to win on the road. It's just that with Oregon State, they are decidedly different and decidedly less trustworthy on the road.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, they're this weird dichotomy of, when they're at home, you better watch out, right?
Yep.
When they're on the road, they better watch out.
Yeah.
Because it's just weird. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's just that's college football, and they're just not talent-wise. Maybe they're not at the level of some teams that are able to overcome bad games on the road and still win. I don't know. Yeah. But that game was certainly winnable against Arizona.
It was. And that's the difference between good seasons and great seasons is finding ways to pull out those games. And again, I
like last year they did a couple times.
But I'll go back and I'll let's bring it back to Oregon real quick, because everyone's right now saying that Oregon's one of the top 4 teams in the country. Dude, if Tyler Shuck just isn't, if he just pulls his head out twice, we're not talking about Oregon, because they would have lost to Texas Tech, a team they had no business losing to. And yet they probably should have lost that game, but they found a way. That's how funky it is, that from a talent standpoint, Texas Tech can't hold Oregon's jock, but they went on the road in Lubbock, and that was Lubbock's Super Bowl. You were going to get their very best shot. And I had a little bit of this because I played in a lesser conference, obviously, than the Pac-12. I played in the old WAC and the Mountain West. But when old Whitey came to town, a.k.a. BYU, dude, we were everyone's Super Bowl.
It's Division I football!
We would go in and we would play UNLV or we'd play UTEP or whatever, and they could be having the world's crappiest season. But damn it, when we came to town, they were going to get up for us. I remember I played in Denver with a kid that played at UTEP, and I remember talking to him, and he was joking. He said, dude, when they ended up beating us one year, like towards the end of the year, and he said, dude, we spent 3 weeks working on you guys. And we're like, what did you do the other weeks? He goes, oh yeah, we worked on them too, but we were looking at you guys. And there's something to that when you are a good team and you're going on the road, you're going to the desert at night. Arizona's got a little extra lead in the pencil than
when you're ranked.
Than when you're ranked and down there like
what's
that.
the worry meter? So see, this is what I mean with Oregon State. Now they're going to Colorado.
Yeah.
Of all of those teams that we think are pretty damn good in the Pac-12, none of them we would worry about them at Colorado. Even USC was up
Big.
30, 25 on Colorado.
Gacked it away.
What is the worry meter for Oregon State's road trip to Colorado? Because they should win. If they should win this,
they should roll. They should roll. My 2 concerns with Colorado are, again, simply it's on the road, but more importantly, where are you at mentally in that it feels like what you were playing for kind of went away. Like you had these
Oregon
State. And as long as Oregon State has their mind right and says, hey guys, if we went out, Pac-12 title still on the line, we can do this. They should physically be able to overwhelm. They should run the ball for 400 yards against Colorado. They really should. They should absolutely manhandle Colorado up front. So my worry meter, anytime you're going on the road to play, especially coming off a bad loss, your second one of the year, where you're sitting there and thinking to yourself, look at the Washington State game, 3 points, Arizona 3 points, and the special season we have feels like it got away from us. That's where my worry is. Not necessarily it being a road game or Colorado or the environment. It's that, can you get your mind right and still believe that you have something meaningful to play for other than just pride? Because if they do and they show up, they should steamroll Colorado.
They
because
should.
Their lines are so much better.
They are, but that's Oregon State on the road, right?
Yeah.
So, and Colorado's well coached.
And another After Dark special.
Yeah.
And they got a little environment going down there. Everybody's going to watch Colorado. The top 5 most viewed college football games on the West Coast so far this season, they're all Colorado games.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Colorado, Oregon is number 1. But then it's like, I don't know, Nebraska and the game against USC and so on. All of those games had more eyeballs than Oregon, Washington and USC, Notre Dame.
Yikes.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts what's going on with Colorado. And I know we kind of write them off now because they've lost some, and we know they're not that great, but the buzz has kind of chilled a little bit, but Oregon State's going in there. I just don't think them against anybody on the road is a gimme. Like that Cal game was, I mean, they
gave a lot
they
of points.
won, and and that's all you expect is just get the W, get out of there with the W, and they did that at Cal, but
gave up 40.
It's really hard to.
I'd say this.
Trust them.
If I'm Jonathan Smith,
you kick the field goal.
I would go in. I would go in and say, I don't care what the score is. We are going to run the ball 50 times. I don't care.
Poland, Oregon.
We are going to run the ball 50 effing. Colorado, you think USC's run defense is bad? Watch Colorado's. Run the ball. I mean, they ran it 30 times against Arizona. They should have run it 40 times against Arizona. And against Colorado, that number goes to 50. You have one of the best offensive lines in the country with 2 good backs and a quarterback that's 250 pounds. Run the ball.
Well,
because
hopefully they do.
You know what takes a crowd out of a game and just kind of settles everything down? Running the football. It's like whenever we went and played on the road, and we were obviously a pass-heavy team, we used to love to come out in the first series when we were playing in a hostile environment and just do that. As an old lineman, I don't want to pass block for the first 10 snaps. Dude, just let me put my hand in the dirt and physically show the guy in front of me that it's going to be a long day and we're going to cram it down their throat. And you go on a nice, Oregon State goes on a nice methodical 70-yard drive and you run 13 plays and 11 of those are runs and you average 5 yards a clip and just let Colorado know this is the sort of game that you're in for, and it settles your team down. Don't get cute. Don't get fancy. Just physically punch them in the mouth.
Well, what if he just starts running fake field goals?
Yeah. Just don't.
Watch out, man.
Just don't do that. But weird things
Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
Weird things happen when you go on the road. Oklahoma, right?
Yeah. It certainly does with Oregon State.
Well, but again, I just think that that's a lot of teams.
Yeah.
A lot of teams.
They're a little worse to me, but who knows? Okay, well, USC, will they have something to say about the Pac-12 title, the Pac-12 title game? We'll get to that next in our college football donkey punch, but first, Buckle Sports Center.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain.
here. Someone texted Vancouver Ford text line. They said, Oregon hadn't won a meaningful game on the road until last week, and Lanning has far better talent to work with. Again, there's a big difference between a meaningful road win. Of course, big road games different than just any road. To me, with Oregon State, any road game is dicey.
Yeah.
Like they just have not shown.
No, they don't look the same.
No, they don't look the same at all. So I just think there's a difference. But we'll, they've got another one this week. Got to get back up on the horse. We'll see how they do. They should beat Colorado.
Yes.
But I think my point will be better proven if they struggle with them too.
Yeah, and then after that,
you're a good team. Put them away.
You got Stanford at home, and then the big one, that you're going to circle is you get Washington at home, and then of course you're on the road at the Civil War. So
did the Colorado players get their bling back? Do you know?
No. In fact, the last I saw was Dion was asking the Rose Bowl to compensate them.
And the NCAA now I've seen.
Oh,
he wants the Rose Bowl, the NCAA to chip in.
Cut them a check for their bling bling.
I don't know. That to me is, and I saw Chip said that I saw a press conference and Chip said he just found out about it and he was obviously pretty upset. I don't know.
That did happen. So the Colorado players,
I don't know.
All of that was stolen out of their lockers while they were playing at UCLA.
You know me. I often get a little skeptical when there's bold claims like this. I mean, that just whoever did that takes some serious balls because those places have cameras everywhere. Those areas are usually pretty restricted. There's usually someone in there. I would think that it's not if indeed this happened. And look, I'm not saying it did or that it didn't happen, but you know me, how many times have we heard bold claims where you're like, man, how did that happen? And then it turns out it didn't. So
why would they lie about that?
Why would someone lie about having a noose put around their neck? And yet that happened. Like,
Well, but it's a lot of different players. Too.
I know.
And Colorado guys have a bunch of, they're flashy.
I'm just, to me, if that really did happen, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out who it was, who went in there, because it's a limited opportunity to do it. And, and then, have the investigation go from there. I'd be very interested to see, because if that really did happen, what an absolute embarrassment and a terrible look for UCLA that you're letting that go on as a visitor. And maybe things have changed a bunch. I just know that in my time, locker room access is not as easy, especially during games as you would think. It's not you're just rolling in there. So it's a pretty brazen thing, and I'll be interested to see. Now, if you don't come up with an answer to this in a week or so, I would ask the question, how is that even possible? Because everything nowadays is filmed.
Inside job?
I've always kind of wondered.
Well,
Like Colorado equipment guy?
Someone on their own team?
I didn't want to throw that out there, but yes, that was my first thought.
And like the players would still absolutely think that their stuff was stolen because it was. But maybe it wasn't some rando at the Rose Bowl.
That was my first thought.
Maybe it was Coach Prime punishing him.
Maybe it was Connor Stallions.
Yeah.
If you ask me which is more likely, this is all I'm saying. If you ask me which one was more likely, that someone at the Rose Bowl snuck into the locker room without anyone noticing and grabbed a bunch of jewelry from players, or someone that had very intimate knowledge of that locker room and had access to it.
And maybe who had what jewelry and what possessions and stuff like that.
So we'll see.
Will USC
and people asking too, like that's most of the like locker rooms at the Rose Bowl and stuff, like visitors, they don't have safes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was wondering. I always kind of just assumed those guys were able to lock anything valuable up. But
now, when you're most new locker rooms now, like at the facilities, they all have locks on them.
But not Rose Bowl.
I've never been to a visiting stadium. Now I haven't played in 20 plus years, but even in the NFL, none of those that had safes. Because how are you going to get like combinations and keys and all that? That doesn't happen. But I've also never played college football where everyone had anything on the road that was worth stealing, where some of those guys in Colorado have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry.
Just ask Shaduri, shows the fans his watch every game.
But like in the NFL, you ain't getting into an NFL locker room because those guys do have stuff that's worth stealing, and there's team security. You are not walking into an NFL locker room during a game and just strolling in there. That doesn't happen. Which is why it surprised me about the UCLA thing.
What if you're Connor Stallions? With Central Michigan gear on.
I suppose. You're going to have a pass in order to get in there.
Okay.
He certainly appears to have one.
Last question for the Donkey Punch. We'll get to it next. Will USC still have something to say about the Pac-12 title game? It's 5:47 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
I honestly think it's actually quite a bit different. You know, they're a little bit more of an air raid team, but they've incorporated some of the run game that they've used in North Texas, a couple other places, a lot of wide in the core runs. They've had a lot of success with hat plays, you know, putting the ball inside with a tight end insert and then throwing the ball in the perimeter. But there's definitely some differences. The tempo is a big difference, how fast they go. Like I've said, they've run more plays, I think, than anybody in our conference. And what they've really changed from last year to this year, they've been able to get the run game going, you know, so they've done a really good job with the run game.
That's Mr. Lanning on Cal, the next opponent in their offense.
Yeah, Cal's not the crappy offensive team that we're used to seeing. Jaden Ott's one of the best backs, and watching them go tempo is a bit weird. And then a couple games ago, they found that freshman, the Mendoza kid, who's kind of tall and lanky, but you know
they put up some points.
Yeah, they're all right. They're not a bad offensive team.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. The player who, at least at this point in his
would put the stuff in the equipment trunk and give it to the equipment managers, and it was all locked up. And again, that makes sense to me. Like, again, when I played, we didn't, BYU's the least flashy team on earth.
You didn't have a bunch of bling you needed to lock up?
No, we didn't. But again, it's one of those stories that just seems very, very weird because, that's a more recent thing. And yeah, there's other teams that go on the road with nice jewelry, and that makes a lot more sense if you've got something really nice sitting in your locker as opposed to, you just said, they put it all in our equipment trunk. That stuff's all locked up, and the equipment staff has it, and then after the game you get it.
I would say this. If I were a player, Shedeur, or any of those guys that have fairly costly jewelry.
It's not just sitting in your locker.
Yeah.
It's just not.
That's just a weird, I would feel, if it is, I would feel terrible about that. I would be thinking about that.
Yeah. There is.
I'm not leaving this right here.
I'm just here to tell you, this is not the first time that we've read a story and you kind of have that feeling of there may be more to this. I am willing to guess that eventually this thing gets settled.
Do you believe?
And there will be more.
No, we don't.
There will be more to this story than is being reported. Yeah. That's all I'll say.
So last question in our donkey punch here. Will USC have something to say about the Pac-12 title game? Their last 3 games they're down to 3. They only have 3 left.
Yep.
They have Washington, Oregon, UCLA, all big games, and all could, all obviously, at least 2 of the 3 will factor into the title race. 2 of the 3 are at home.
Yep.
And I know we're all writing USC off and rightly so. I mean, watch them play.
Yeah.
And some of the comments from Lincoln Riley just seems fractured and splintered, and it's weird, and their defense sucks. But they still have a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Yeah. 2 of those 3 are at home, man. I wonder if we're writing them off a little too early.
Yeah.
Because remember, they only have 1 conference loss.
Yes. I would not write them off. And again, Oregon exposed Utah a little bit, right? I mean, they bitch slapped him pretty good. Oregon State bitch slapped him pretty good too. I know that was a low scoring game, but dude, Oregon State beat up Utah. They could do nothing.
They just don't have the horses. Utah.
Yeah, Utah doesn't have the horses, but USC should have won that game. I mean, it was 34-32. It was right there, although that one was at home. So I am not dismissing USC, and especially Washington and UCLA. I don't think that going into Autzen, Oregon should run the ball for 1,000 yards on them.
Well, shouldn't Penix throw for $8 million on them?
Yeah, but we've seen Washington the last couple weeks. So the last week they were fine, but throwing the ball can be funky. Sometimes it just doesn't break your way, right? Weather can be bad. Quarterback gets his hand nicked a little bit. Remember, he had the little sternum rib injury.
They didn't play last year. I went back to last year to look and see what he did against them. They didn't play.
And UCLA's front should be able to give them. UCLA's front's really good. I don't think they win those games. I really
Any
don't.
of the 3?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I think the way UCLA or the way they're playing right now.
So they go 7-5.
I think something is really wrong with USC. Man. I think something is fundamentally broken, and I think the 3 teams that they have left to play, I think they lose. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't pick USC to win any of those games. Will they have something to say about it? Yeah, I bet they will, because it's the Pac-12, it's college football, and something funky is going to happen.
It's Division I football.
What's the line? Washington, USC.
It opened at Washington -3.5. It got steamed up to Washington -5.
That's low.
Well, Washington isn't playing very good right now.
They aren't.
I'll tell you what, if you made me pick one of those games, and it's weird because they're the 5th-ranked team, I'd pick Washington.
Pick one, meaning
if USC
they're going to pick one of those 3 off.
If they're going to pick one of the 3 off, I would take Washington.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because
Washington doesn't look good right now. They just don't. And again, Washington's style where they play is not the most physical in the world. And I think that's where USC is at its weakest point. And I could see that one, but I could also see Washington blowing them out by 50. Washington should not lose to them. No one should lose to them right now at this point, the way they're playing. Of those 3, because I think right now those are the 3, they're the 2 best, and you can make a strong argument that UCLA, that's the 3rd best team in the conference. Their quarterback play is a little spotty right now too, though. That scares me. It just, something tells me that USC might have and maybe this is just, it's hard to believe that USC is going to go 7-5. But something tells me they'll have one last gasp. And that goes back to the Washington thing too. If they're going to get one last rally, one last push, wouldn't it make sense that it's earlier rather than later? Because if they lose again, this team is a coward's team. They're soft as baby S. They'll roll over and die.
Yeah, this might be like their last stand
This
here.
might be the last stand.
UW favored by a field goal across the board right now.
If UW goes out and alley whips them, USC will roll over and die, and then Oregon will beat them by 1,000,000.
That's one of the. We'll talk to Hugh Offill about that tomorrow in our Hugh Betcha segment. Tune in for that 3:30 every Thursday. He's from A Sportsbook. But I tell you that at first glance, I haven't looked at the college lines yet. That is one of those where it's like, oh my God, why am I not loading up on Washington? It's like a trap. It's one of those trap lines.
It stinks.
Yeah.
It stinks to high heaven.
Yep.
Because you want to just go, wait a minute, Washington should murder them.
Washington, you would think, is a much better, way better than 3 points better than USC. You would think.
I still kind of think that, but you're right. They're just a little unpredictable right now.
It's wonky.
They could easily have a big game there.
But this is going to be a fun end to this because
you ain't kidding.
Again, the way Washington's playing, that's up in the air. Oregon's humming right now. USC, has the talent on any given Saturday to score 50 on someone, and Utah, even with Utah's limited offense, we've seen Utah be able to give people fits. And then we haven't even mentioned it, but Oregon State should have beat Arizona, and we're talking about Oregon State completely differently than we are right now. Like, we're kind of dismissing Oregon State because
they didn't.
But they didn't. But that doesn't mean that Oregon State isn't a damn good football team. Just like I said, UCLA is a really good football team. If you ask me right now, right, so it's Oregon and Washington. They're the two best teams in the conference, and I think they've separated themselves. After that, UCLA, Oregon State, right there. Arizona obviously has risen up. I think you put them in that conversation. You mentioned USC and their ability to put up 50.
Who's the third best team? You could make a case for Arizona.
I think you can make a strong case for Arizona. I would have said Oregon State. But you just lost Arizona. So they both have 2 losses. And like you mentioned with Arizona, they have 2 overtime losses, or they're 7-1. It's
like you said. Well, you said this at the start of the year. These teams are going to beat each other up a little bit.
They are.
And they that's kind of happening.
My only hope is that they don't cannibalize themselves where we don't get a team into the college football playoff. That would be a shame.
And that feels like that's something that people have stopped talking about, and it's still a very real possibility.
Very much.
Yeah.
Very much so.
The one I would be, if I'm an Oregon fan, the one that makes me nervous is Oregon State.
They beat you last year.
They beat you last year, and it'll
be the last one.
Yeah. And Oregon,
a lot of pressure.
And Oregon State is Utah physical, but with a much better offense. And the saving grace for that one is it's at Autzen. But and Oregon State has to go back to back.
Beavers on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me the Ducks by 1,000,000.
And the fact that they have to go to they're Washington at home, Oregon. So maybe if you want to say that someone should be scared, it's Washington having to go into Corvallis second week of the towards the end of the year.
So they still have to play at USC and Oregon State.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Yeah, it's tough go. It's tough go for Washington.
All right, guys, that is your college football donkey punch. You're welcome. We punched you right in the donkey.
I don't think that's how that works, but all right.
That's not what a donkey punch is?
Well,
You want to explain what that is?
No, I don't. You can look that up.
No.
In this case, it is. It's just punching
It's
punching a donkey in the face. That's what that is.
All right. Coming up next, we move on to the club. Can she get mad about her man thinking she's having a skeptical snip baby?
Mm-hmm.
And should your wife be required to tell you about her OnlyFans page? We've got a lot to chew on here. Next on The Fan.
If the last few years have taught us anything,
it's because you've been
The
through
hell
it.
do you know?
Yeah, I've done it 3 times. But I'm not like, let me give you my awesome tips here.
Yeah, but when you're pregnant,
Yeah, and
people
everyone-
do that. They offer up everything.
Buck, I'm going to come over tonight and sit down and give you guys the talk and let you know what it's like to be a parent for a second time. And
Lots of life advice. And if there's anything you want to make sure you do, it's this.
It's this. Exactly. How many times have you heard that? Well, anyway, Buckley will be gone beginning tomorrow. So Jordan Schultz will be in. Schultze will be in.
Yeah,
He's one name now.
Did you get his branding correct? I want him to come up with a logo next. If you're gonna brand yourself, he needs to come up with a logo. It can be that weird crooner tattoo that he has. Get his lesbian faux hawk that he's got going on.
God, you're all over him, and he's not even here.
I love Schultze.
Yeah, clearly.
Dude, Schultze's great. What are you talking
You
about?
just ripped him a new a-hole.
What do you mean?
Right here, live on the air.
I didn't rip anything. I said
Called him a lesbian.
No,
you said he's got a terrible tattoo.
I did not call him a lesbian. I said that he has a lesbian haircut.
God. I mean, not that being a lesbian,
That's great.
Not that there's anything wrong with
Yeah, what are you doing? He does look
What are you doing?
he does look exactly like one of my neighbors, though. I mean, spot on. It's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, Schultze's great. So he'll be a nice fill-in,
we
but we'll
love
miss
Schultz.
Ryan
We
Buckley.
will miss Buckley.
And Buckley, you
Thank you,
gotta
fellas.
text us and keep us posted so we can keep the listeners posted.
I
on
will.
How everything goes. So she'll be induced tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening, yeah.
Buck
And
couldn't
then-
get the job done himself, apparently.
That is that. Well, I got the first part of the job done way back in February, it seems. But
Whoa, you're gay.
nope.
Um,
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
so how long does that take? So when do we expect a baby?
It depends. It's a case by case kind of thing. Usually the second goes faster than the first, but she was in labor for like 14 hours the first time, and so
Can you imagine?
my guess is that since we're going in tomorrow evening, that it won't be until the wee hours of the morning, or possibly just Friday regular morning.
Now,
that
are
we'd
you
see
guy
this
back
kid.
there with the catcher's mitt ready to?
No, I will. I'll stay above the equator.
You're not going below the Mendoza line?
No, I don't need
Did
that.
you on the first one?
No, I didn't. She was, and she kind of just preferred it that way. She's like,
You don't
it's
need
gonna be a disaster down there. I don't need you seeing that. So
It's
I was
like
happy
Stranger Things down there.
to. Yeah, I was happy to stay, as I said, above the equator, above the sheet, and hold hands and offer support.
Well, I will say, obviously, when we were in middle school in Salina, Kansas, they showed us that on video, and I've never gotten that image out of my mind. Like it's burned.
You can see it when you shut your eyes.
Yeah, you do.
It's
I think
not-
like 7th grade science class, they show everyone the
Seventh
video,
grade,
something
yeah.
like that.
So
That's
that
what
was
I
true
remember
with
seeing
you
it.
guys too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They showed. Oh, I thought we were just very advanced
Yeah.
in Kansas.
And then also the
Salina,
movie Knocked Up.
Kansas.
They show you there too.
Did they show you that?
Did they?
Yeah, I mean it's not Katherine Heigl's, but yeah, Seth Rogen gets is pretty stunned when he sees what's going on down there.
Yeah, above the cloth, holding the hand. Maybe stroking the hair a little bit. You're doing great, baby. Just breathe, baby.
I was down there.
Were you down in there?
I was down in there, man. I was down there in ground floor. I was like, I gotta see what's happening down here. Oh yeah.
My brother was too for his daughter, and they didn't know boy or girl going in, so he was going to be the first one to find out and tell his wife.
Oh, cute.
Oh yeah, we knew.
Is this what you said when you were down in there?
Blip, blip.
Gross.
I did think it was weird when they were like trying to involve me, and I was like, no, I'm just watching.
What? Like what? Like,
Now, Dad,
hey,
you're going to
grab
hold
the-
over here.
Yeah, grab
no, I'm not.
the head there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was there. Like they were gonna allow, like when it was coming out, they're like, you want to get involved, like glove up, and I'm like, no, I'm good right here. So I wasn't up. I wasn't.
What if he turned to you and said, "Drop your pants"?
What?
What?
What is? In what? What?
Well,
drop your pants.
help out.
What?
I don't know.
What am I
Trying to make a joke.
What am I helping out there? I will say that it is. Not to get too graphic, but the weirdest one that I was not ready for was, sometimes when you're pushing, something besides the baby comes out.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. And there's a nurse down there waiting with a little catcher's mitt, like ready for that. And I was like, whoa. I was like, that's happening.
Yeah, that's supposed to be pretty common.
Oh, yeah.
She
yeah,
fielded on the fly.
happened both times. Oh, yeah, dude. She's like Ricky Henderson out there. That lady was like Johnny on the spot. Out there making like a snow cone catch. I was like, oh, this is happening. So the second time around, that was not a big deal. But the first time, I definitely got one of those. Like, whoa. And here I am thinking it was like a big deal, and it wasn't. I was like, oh, yeah.
You're like, is that the baby?
Like, what is it? I was going to make a joke there, but I won't.
That's not where I thought I put that.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I figured if I'm in there and it's my kid
All right.
coming out, I want to check out what's going down. Buck, just do a little peek around the corner. Just do a little
We'll see.
It's like watching a horror movie. Put your hand up and just kind of watch through the cracks.
I won't text you this, so I'll just say it to you on the air. Best of luck.
Thank you.
To you and the missus.
Yeah.
Hope everything goes well. And
Thank you very much.
keep us posted.
Appreciate the support and from the listeners out there who've shouted out.
And just know I will not be getting you an effing casserole, you white privileged bitch.
You know what? My wife thought it would be fun if we were somehow able to add your names to the was it called? The Meals First? No, Meal Train.
Yeah, you know
add your name to the Meal Train.
You know what I'm going to do, Buck? I'm going to sign up for the meal train and then
leave us without dinner.
And then guess what? You're going to be like, wow, I can't wait for that Sucana casserole. Sorry. Whoops.
It ain't coming. It's going to be one of those Joey Harrington casseroles that
Exactly.
doesn't exist.
Must have forgotten about the casserole.
All right, a couple questions, very key questions, relationship questions we must answer. One is, when she is pregnant with a snip baby, is it okay for the guy to be skeptical?
Yeah.
And how do we handle that?
I saw this in a movie and it led to a great discussion in my household, and I would handle it very poorly.
And we have sports news that is an ex-NBA player, Joe Smith, who recently found out that his wife had an OnlyFans page, and he was not happy about that. And she was not happy about him not being happy about that.
No one's happy.
So what's the etiquette there? Should she be required to tell you about her OnlyFans page? So we've got questions to tackle, and we'll do that next on The Fan.
Oh no.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
One number does it all. 503-8646-FAN. For contests and text in your favorite fan hosts about today's hot topics. Brought to you by Vancouver Ford. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit VancouverFord.com. The Vancouver Ford text line. 503-864-6326. That's 503-864-6FAN.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Papa Murphy's changed the way you pizza. Eastbound Sunset Highway beginning around the zoo. If you're making your way over the interstate bridge into Vancouver, it's going to be about a 30-minute drive with 15-minute delays. Also 15-minute delays if you're heading to 205.
Don't look now, but that's a win streak right there. 2 in a row.
Is 2 a streak or is 3 a streak?
I don't know.
2 and 3.
Like, I don't like this. Makes me nervous.
Yeah, we can't have them hovering around 500.
What if
Soup.
they're
That won't work.
good?
They're not. Having watched them play, they're not. I did thought it was interesting, though, that they benched Scoot down the stretch. He only played 20 minutes. They went with Brogdon and Sharp to close it out. So just interesting.
Hey, in the baseball game, Zach Gallen has a no-hitter in the 5th.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to point
0-0.
I realized he was dealing. I did not realize he hadn't allowed a hit.
So now you've jinxed it?
He has walked 3, but not allowed a hit. Rangers and Diamondbacks there. Now to more important material. So Joe Smith made the news.
Yeah.
The ex-NBA player.
When's the last time Joe Smith made the news?
Well, number 1 overall pick of my Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he was really good. He was
just okay for Golden State, but it was because their whole franchise was terrible.
But Joe Smith as an NBA player was really good.
Yeah, once he got out of Golden State.
He was not.
Remember, he's the one that got busted for the under the table contract.
What?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Minnesota. I think it was Minnesota was paying him off contract.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he did like an under the table deal.
I see no problem with that whatsoever.
The NBA disagrees. Like, they cost him draft picks and it was the whole thing. You don't remember that at all?
Not at all.
Yeah. I'll see if I can
I
find
think you're making that up.
I don't think so. I'll look up the details of it. But continue.
Well, he was married in 2018 to a woman named Keisha Chavis.
Yes. Who was like a D-list R&B European singer and like a movie extra. She was a hot in some movies.
And she's a hot, yeah. So she has an OnlyFans.
Yes.
And he didn't know that. And so there was a video that they posted to YouTube recently where she was showing his reaction when he found out that she had an OnlyFans page. And he was not happy. He said, I can't believe I'm sitting here finding out you have an OnlyFans all these years. Disrespect that you couldn't even talk to me about it.
See, this is why
he said, that's effed up. I'm telling you, that's effed up.
I think this whole thing, this is why I'm very skeptical. Much like the UCLA jewelry theft thing. It doesn't add up. So you're telling me that this gal is in the middle of a giant blow up with her husband. He just found out, and her reaction is to set up a camera and perfectly record it? Right? Because that doesn't seem, this whole thing seems horse nears. This to me smells, reeks of I have an OnlyFans and I need people to sign up for my OnlyFans. And the best way to get people to pay attention is to create some sort of scandal.
Okay.
There's no way this is real.
And then she says, look, it's not effed up. So I have an OnlyFans page, and he's mad because he's just now finding out about it. I'm not doing it with anybody but myself, so why should I have to tell you? My choice, my body, my effing choice.
Yeah, she's thundercatting herself on camera, and I'm assuming that she's one of the millions of people that are doing that. How do you stand out? This is the easiest way. This was on TMZ. It was in the New York Post. This is all horse crap. I'm calling it right now. This is like the UCLA thing. It's an inside job. There's no way in the midst of her husband finding out that she is doing an OnlyFans and he's pissed and she decides to set up a camera and record it. And by the way, she does a really nice job of recording it. No way. It's
too perfect.
It's a bunch of bull roar. It's a bunch of 7 to 9 BS. Because I don't know about you, but immediately what does everyone do? They go and
7 and 9 bull,
and they start Googling her.
Well, I didn't do that yet.
I did.
If you have an OnlyFans,
you have to tell the other.
Do you have to tell your spouse?
100%.
Like, that's another thing. It's like,
You have
does
to.
Joe Smith really not know about? So you think it's all
horse crap?
Okay, but do you
He's
think
the one
it's
probably filming her blasting herself.
Whoa.
Yeah.
God.
I like Thundercat.
You like Thundercatting yourself?
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Thundercatting.
Yeah. Guaranteed. He's in on it. There's just
Okay, so do you think it's even possible that someone has OnlyFans and their husband doesn't know about it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think that's definitely possible.
I think that happens a lot.
You do? They just don't tell them?
Yeah. But when they
Would you want them to, like,
you have to.
Yeah,
You have
right?
to tell 'em.
You have to say something. You can't just.
There's no difference between that and just cheating. It's the same thing.
Oh.
It's the same thing. because women love to do this, and I'm going to turn the tables on you here, because women love to do the, like, it's emotionally cheating, right? Like, let's
What's
say,
emotionally cheating?
well, like
my sports.
you get some dude
bets?
and like maybe he's having like cyber sex or something with someone, or he's sexting, or he's talking dirty to someone.
I'm sorry.
And they're like, well, that's cheating because it's the same principle.
Because you cheated on me in your mind.
Yes. And so if you're out there thundercatting yourself and people are paying you $10 to see it, and you got the Sword of Omens going on, it's the same thing. You are being dishonest, deceitful about sexual activity that you're conducting with other people for money. It's cheating. Now, if the other person's cool with it, knock yourself out. But it's the same. It's the same thing to me as if a husband is carrying on an inappropriate non-physical relationship with another girl.
This sounds like a Club 1080 poll question for our Twitter followers here. I'm going to put that up.
Well, I mean, women love to do the it's emotionally cheating. Why can't men have the same thing? Because to me, I just don't see any different. Because like when you're doing OnlyFans, that's things you're having interaction with your people. They're chiming in while you're doing that to yourself.
They're making requests.
It's a very interactive sort of situation. How is that any different than a guy, going on like a 9-8? What are those numbers that you would call, or like I said,
like a 1-900 number.
Yeah, 1-900 number, or whatever. It's very much in that same. It may not be the same sport, but it sure as hell is in the same ballpark.
Okay, I'm putting that up. I'm putting that on
But
Twitter.
I'm calling it right now. I am going, I can't say 100. The UCLA Colorado thing, I'm saying 90%, maybe 95, that is not, it's being portrayed as something that it's not. It was an inside job. And I'm saying that this is 99% that this is all a scam to drive subscriptions to her OnlyFans.
Okay. Well, you're on record.
So I'll bet you her OnlyFans page had 500 subscribers, and I'll bet you right now it's got several thousand. She was doing an interview with the guy from TMZ, for God's sakes. Like, how many people is that putting yourself in front of? And if you don't think that who's the boozy gal that Jada Pinkett Smith keeps going on with? Is it Hoda, right?
Oh, Hoda Kotb.
Hoda Kotb?
Oh yeah, she'll be all over this.
The boozy gal.
Yeah, she's drunk half the time. Jada Pinkett Smith's been on there like 7 times already. This Joe Smith's wife will be on there. I also saw today she did an interview saying that they're not going to get divorced. She's confident that he'll come around. Yeah, he's going to come around. He's going to come around and realizes that this plan that they concocted is sweet, and now they're rolling in some moolah.
Okay, so I put up the Club 1080 poll question on X, on Twitter there.
Yeah.
At 1080fan. If a woman has an OnlyFans and her husband doesn't know about it, is that considered cheating? There you go.
It's a definite yes for me. And by the way, the Joe Smith thing, yeah. 99-2000 season, it was discovered that Smith was involved in a salary cap evading scandal. Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor and general manager Kevin McHale, Smith allegedly was promised a future multi-million-dollar deal if he signed with the team for below market value, allowing the team to make some additional player movements in the short term. As part of the deal, Smith agreed to he signed 3 one-year contracts for less than $3 million apiece, allowing the Timberwolves to retain his bird rights, exceeding the salary cap, blah blah blah. So yeah, and then it got blown up in their face.
All right.
So they were fined a couple $1 million. They voided the contract.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So if you have an OnlyFans, ladies, just tell your hubby.
Yeah.
He may be all about that money.
Oh yeah, man.
He may be like, all right.
Depends on how much we're making here.
Yeah.
Let's get that bag.
Let's get that bag.
Yeah, look, again, if that's what you're into, yeah, more power to you. I don't think you should be here to tell someone what they can and can't do, but you certainly can't lie about it.
What if you just don't say anything? Is that the same?
Well, again, I asked the question, if a man was doing this, that's all I'm asking for in a relationship is some fairness and some equity. Because if a man was doing that, you're telling me if a woman found out that her husband had an OnlyFans account and
Out
was
there cranking for whoever wanted it.
Yeah, and was out there. I don't know what we'd call thundercatting. If it's a man's
He-manning?
version of. Yeah, he's out there he-manning for a bunch of. Well, I guess maybe he's he-manning for I'm guessing dudes do a lot of dudes OnlyFans, but he's out there he-manning, and chatting and interacting with people, something tells me that she would not come in and be like, "Oh, yeah, honey, no big deal. I totally understand why you didn't tell me about it." No, wouldn't fly at all.
All right, what about the snip baby and the guy being skeptical about his gal being pregnant, even though he's been snipped? Can she get mad about him being skeptical?
Yeah, because I was told that I was being a giant horse's ass, and I don't think I am. I think I'm being logical when it comes to this.
So we'll get to that next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, some news in college basketball as legendary Indiana coach Bobby Knight has passed away at the age of 83. On the pro hardwood, the Blazers
0.2%. What's
Or
the
mistress.
The other one is what? 0.1%.
Yeah.
I mean, you're it's not happening. That's why I've said all the time. After I had mine years and years ago, and if someone tells me that they are pregnant with a child of mine, that kid better come out being the new Messiah. That kid better be Jesus, or someone has some explaining to do.
Okay, so if this happens,
Yes.
and your lady gets pregnant, your lovely girlfriend or wife or whomever gets pregnant, can she be mad if you are skeptical that it's yours?
Yeah, because we were watching a movie, the new Bill Burr movie, and it's called Old Dads. Don't watch it; it's terrible. But in there, it's three guys that are all like in their 50s, and one of them who's raised his kids. He's with his very super hot young girlfriend, and she comes to him and says, "I'm pregnant," and he is skeptical. Now he doesn't handle it very well, but he is clearly skeptical. Because one, he doesn't want the baby, and two, he's skeptical. And she gets super, super pissed at him, freaks out, and he's not allowed to ask. And so, like, after that, he just comes to accept the fact that it's his kid, and it's like, oh, and it's like, I guess it's just mine. And I was like, dude, why is that guy the bad guy in this? That guy absolutely has every right to be skeptical of that. He has every right to demand a test. He has every right to go checked out by a doctor, because you're telling me which is more likely, that 0.2% that thing didn't work, or is it which one is more likely, that or that she cheated on it?
For sure.
Yeah. But I was called.
If you're playing the odds.
But I think the odds are well in my favor. But I was called an insensitive ass, and it turned into a whole. It was a whole thing, and I was like, well, I may be an insensitive ass, but I certainly think I'm in the right here, and I think there's better ways you can handle it than just an accusatory sort of you're a cheating, what. But dude, the idea that you're just supposed to accept the fact that that's your kid, no, I say that's for the birds. Again, going back to my equality thing.
I posted another 1080 The Fan Twitter Club 1080 poll question.
Yeah.
By the way,
on this.
I do need to interject here that your last one about the poll that you did of the OnlyFans, it has 1 like on X, and that 1 like is from Booty Nation.
Yeah.
So we're doing well.
Let's go.
Well, again, this is my thing with the equality thing. I asked the question, if the roles were reversed, and the man went to the woman and was like, hey, I know you didn't want kids, and I told you that I had a vasectomy, right? And therefore we couldn't get pregnant. Oops, we got pregnant. You're telling me that she would just automatically assume that you had the vasectomy? She wouldn't at all think it's suspicion?
Yeah, she would.
If she was like, you're like, no, baby, we don't need to use a condom. I can't get you pregnant.
Baby.
And she's like, you serious? Yeah. No need for condoms. I can't get you pregnant. It's fine. And then she gets pregnant? Yeah, something tells me she's going to be a little like, something's up. So why is that we're expected to take that at face value?
I think in this instance, it's all about how you handle it. I think that's a normal human response to say, wait a minute, that's maybe not mine. So I think that's normal.
Yeah.
But that is a delicate handle.
Right?
You got to handle that really delicately.
Yes, but it's also a little unfair. Like in the movie, she surprises him. She sits him down he comes home. She's looking smoking hot, and she's like, "Come in, I made you this great steak. Here's a glass. Here's like a bourbon for you and a cigar." And he's like, "Whoa." He's like, "What's going on?" She's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, something's up." And she's like, and presents him with the pregnancy stick. And I'm like, no, that's no good. That's a delicate dance, and he needs to handle it better. She needs to handle it better too. Like, there's no way you can just spring that on someone at dinner and be like, here's the pregnancy test. I know you can't have kids, but it's yours. No.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm trying to think of ways to go about handling that. One,
is there even a good way?
No, there probably isn't.
Well, the one that keeps getting brought up on the Vancouver Ford text line is before the dude even addresses it with the gal, go to the doctor and get your stuff sampled and find out, do I have a sperm count in there? And then if it's in close enough time, you would think that would give you some indication. If they're like, yeah, there's plenty of sperm in there, so it's possible, dude, then you have no reason to come up and be upset with her, right?
So you have to just pretend. You have to do the fake smile and be like, everything.
Well, people are just saying this is the way to avoid that conversation at first and to check on your side of things.
What if you just joked about it being someone else's?
It's not going to go over well.
And maybe see them get a little bit clam up a little bit,
and then
get a little nervous.
And then look at body language. Do a little magnum or a little a little
Columbo, if you will. I don't know.
Perry Mason here. That's what I meant.
I just think that is the most delicate situation that you could ever find yourself in. And I think it would be very hard for me to play that calm, cool, and collected. Yes, thinking about it, that is probably the best way to handle it, is to just in secret go and get your stuff tested and then wait for that Maury Povich moment and wait for her to come home and make her favorite meal and all that and then be like, oh, honey, by the way, just so you know, and then you pull out the envelope. Like, I am not the father. Boom! Slam it down.
Start doing the dance moves.
Yeah. Kind of parading around a little bit and be like, stuff's already packed.
What if then she said, yeah, you're right. The father is Joe Smith, former NBA player.
Oh, shit, the plot twist.
But I want to stay married.
M. Night Shyamalan.
He's going to give us a little money. How do you feel about raising a little baby, little basketball baby?
Kind of money. Well, like, I'm
okay with it.
He doesn't have enough money.
It's like the Steve Nash thing.
Yeah, I need like Elon. Like if that's Elon Musk's baby.
He made a lot of money.
Yeah, but I think he blew through it.
Well, how do you know? I'm just saying the hypothetical is just that he's going to give you, say, $5 million. Okay, your girlfriend gets knocked up by a basketball player. Let's say Shaden Sharp drops one in her.
Yeah.
You find out, you're pissed, but then she's like, babe.
Hey.
He's going to give us $5 million. Help me raise my baby.
Nah, I'm all right. I ain't raising a kid. I'm done raising kids.
But with all that money, you're going to have...
You'd have to have a lot more
bunch of help.
You'd have to have
$10 million he's going to give you.
You'd have to have
Of course, he doesn't have that much money.
You'd have to come with some... You'd have to come lottery winnings. Lottery winnings.
Well, and then you have like maybe the baby goes and plays in the NBA. And then
no, you gotta have lottery money. You gotta have
you got more money coming your way.
You got a lot of cheddar.
Stepdad Sook gets paid again.
Stepdaddy Sook needs to not work ever again. I need a lifestyle that is one of leisure and comfort.
Okay, let's say it's Damian Lillard, and it's $25 million.
You could probably convince me to raise Lillard's kid. I get to hang out with him sometimes. Lillard seems like a cool dude. Like we're hanging out.
He doesn't.
Do I get to hang out with the guy who planted this seed?
Right? I can't be one of his yes man. We can't be like riding jet skis on the Willamette and stuff.
Ain't gonna be no buddy stuff.
No, I want to hang out. Like we're cool, man. I'm raising your kid. Let's do it. Come to some birthday parties and whatnot.
Dame being jet ski bros over the child
what if
you share.
Yeah, like you and her and he all become besties.
I'm in. 100% I'm in. Heck yeah, man. God. 25 milli.
And you get rich. The only thing that happened was your girlfriend cheated on you.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. It's fine.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Should pay you off.
But now you're boys with Damon. You get some of his cash.
I'm rolling around in a Shelby Cobra. My kid's in his little car seat riding shotgun with me. My license plate just says bastard on it. We're just rolling around. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, maybe you know how he's Dame Dollar, you're Dame Daddy, the Dame Sugar Daddy.
That's right, Dame Daddy, baby. Dame Dollar and Dame Daddy. Let's do this. We're hanging out in Italy. He's always on Instagram at those pool parties and whatnot. I'm in the background. I got one of those baby Bjorns on. Little Dame the Third's hanging out in there with me. I'm like, what's up?
He just gives you a little head nod from across the
pool.
Okay,
so you like this plan. Okay, I'm going to throw one more wrench into this.
I'm on board.
There's a plot twist.
Yeah.
Everything that you wear says cuckold.
Can I get a cuckold tattoo across my knuckles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or just says cuck in big letters across your forehead.
Cuck, your hat, your shirts. You are advertising that you are
seems a bit impractical.
It's not. It's not. You got money.
Can I get maybe if I got it like a big bling chain like Dame wears, but it just said cuck? Yeah, I'm on board. Let's do it. Let's go. I'm proud of it. Yeah, man.
You are shameless.
That's how I'm doing it. When I'm riding the jet, my jet ski license plate says cuck on it. Yeah. Cruising around, going to that lake.
All right.
I'm going to go to that lake.
Are we only have one more segment?
That's right.
Yeah, that's it, man.
I thought maybe we were that far behind, but
No, we're
we're
just
not.
awesome.
Okay.
One more segment
We're
with
just
Buck,
awesome.
and then we're done.
Come on, Rob!
Ryan Buckley's final segment on the program is next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Here's third down at the 17-yard line. 3rd and goal. Snap and Bo back to throw. Gonna go fade route for Tez. He's got it. He scores! Tez Johnson!
Ducks football is brought to you by Zoom Care, Encore Audio Video, Victor Rico's Mexican Food, Grillworks Supply Company, and by Langdon Farms Golf Club. The Ducks play here on the Odyssey app and 1080. The Fan.
If you've been arrested for a DUI, call the Reynolds Defense Firm. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in just one thing. We represent good people facing DUI charges. If you've been arrested, the first thing you need is to find the right law firm to help you. The kind of law firm you can place your faith and trust into. A law firm that you can believe in, and one that will believe in you too. The Reynolds Defense Firm is exactly that kind of law firm for the clients we work with. We do fantastic legal work, and our team is second to none. While every case is unique and outcomes differ, what I can say is that our successes in the courtroom often border on amazing. And this isn't just a happy coincidence. Our attorneys have more than 35 years of experience in Oregon's DUI laws, and we understand the criminal justice system inside and out. When I say we do just one thing, I mean it, and this is why we are so effective. The Reynolds Defense Firm isn't right for everyone, but we are exactly the right firm to help good people who face DUI charges.
This is our final few minutes with Ryan Buckley. It was good knowing you. Thank you for being on our show for 3 months.
You're welcome. I'll see you in a couple months.
He will be on paternity leave for 12 weeks beginning tomorrow.
Don't gender my leave. It's parental leave now.
Oh, is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, no maternity, paternity. It's just parental.
Nice microaggression, you ass.
Oh, my God.
Isn't it amazing? It's
just hard.
How dare you gender my leave?
I know. It's like, what? Huh? Like, all right. This is happening.
Should we stop using the, maternal, paternal thing altogether?
Yeah,
Is
if
that...
you think I'm going to be a dad all over again, I've got other ideas.
I love those people. Just want to get outraged over that. Sorry.
Make an issue where there isn't one.
Oh yeah,
just imagine going through life thinking that way. Like this, that's what you know. Like you think about that.
Well, there was,
and it bothers you.
Well, there was someone today I saw was going around, and they set up a camera in front of themselves, and it's, look, man, I don't care what you call yourself, and I don't care what you're going through. More power to you, man. You need aftermarket parts to get through life. I got no harsh words for anyone. Do you, man? But there was a guy. It was a girl. Well, now I'm confused. It was a guy that had transitioned to a woman, right?
Okay.
But clearly was still very much. It looked.
So like Bruce Jenner still looked like Bruce.
Yeah, I guess.
Not Caitlyn.
No. It was just it was a guy with some makeup, right? And he was sitting there she was sitting there. I'm not trying to misgender them.
You're doing great.
I know. I feel terrible because then it makes
They were sitting there.
Because then it makes it sound like I'm doing this on purpose, and it's not. But the lady was sitting there, and she had set up a camera in front of herself, and she had did this it was like a super edit of like 10 restaurants. So she had filmed herself over and over and over again.
Okay.
And the poor waiter would come up, and each and every time he would be like, "Sir, can?" And she would be like, "I need to speak to the manager," and she kept making this huge deal out of it. And I was waiting for one of the waiters or waitresses to really be an ass. And each time they were like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize." And she was like, "Well, I'm just, it's like a knife in my gut every time." And I wanted to be like, dude, shut the hell up. Like, seriously, you're sitting there filming yourself time and time again at being outraged. It's just some poor person that's just trying to do their job, and they see you look like a guy, and they're saying, "Sir." They're not trying to be rude. And once they find out that you're making an issue of it, they don't keep calling you sir. And you're the one that's making this. It's like you love being a victim. You love that. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep filming yourself doing this over and over and over and over again. And it's ridiculous. Like, you spend your whole life going through that, waiting for someone to misgender you so that you can freak out and demand to speak to the manager and be outraged about it. Get over yourself.
Yeah. Jerk. I mean, bitch. I mean, I don't know. Resourceful little bitch. What am I to call them?
I don't know. But that's my thing, is if you've asked someone nicely and said, "I'm sorry," just be like, "Hey, if you don't mind, I would prefer to be called her or miss or whatever," and the person keeps doing it, then you have every right to be like, hey, don't be like that. But
I've been through this. I've told you this before.
Yeah.
But when I bartended, I learned very early, because I used to say just, "Hey guys."
Yeah.
And I said that, "Hi guys, how are you? What can I get you?" Whatever. I said that to two middle-aged women.
Yeah.
There goes
once.
the no-no.
Oh yeah, I just got a hit. And they didn't say anything at the time, but at the end of me serving them whatever at the bar, they said, "Do you call your mom a guy?" They asked me that.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I didn't put two and two together. And I was like, "Well, of course not." And she's like, "Well, why did you call us guys?" And then I got no tip, and I learned that lesson the hard way.
It's ridiculous. Like, if someone's being an ass, then by all means. But when someone's just making an honest mistake,